one. What up? What up? What up? Welcome everybody to another episode of the Sports PSP podcast. Thank y'all for tuning in. Sorry we couldn't do the podcast last week. Sports PSP needed some time off, but hey, we back at it as usual. The highlight of Friday nights, as Undisputed World Champ always calls it. Hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Hope everyone had a great day coming off work, school, whatever the case may be. I got the panel with me. I got BRF Sports in the building. How you doing, brother?
Oh man, I'm doing all right. It was another good week of work, another good week of sports stories, and it's always a pleasure to share the spotlight with you two fine gentlemen, man. And I'm ready to get this thing rolling. How y'all brothers doing this evening?
Doing good. And of course, we cannot do the podcast without Columbus, Georgia's own four-time college degree, diehard Atlanta Falcons fan, military man. I call him the young Charles Barkley because he's funny. He's laughable. I mean, he just makes everyone's time happy. Always a pleasure to be around. Undisputed world champ. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. Tuning into the NBA and the WNBA reactions, looking at both games as I'm doing the podcast, making sure I catch everything, and plus DJ Carrington playing, so I had to catch her on there. So,
no, I mean there's Joy Taylor too. I mean,
never mind, man. We're gonna say that for after.
Well, by the way, did y'all check Nikita Lyons, her debut on TNA?
Yeah. that was 10 out of 10. Must see again.
Tessa Blanchard will never look at her the same ever again. I'll say that much.
But I'm happy for Nikita. But I'm happy for Nikita Lyons. I think she's going to do fine in TNA. So I can't wait to see what's next for her and the TNA.
She just got to stay healthy, man. She just got to stay healthy because she don't even wrestle how she used to wrestle when she first came up, man. She just got to stay healthy.
Yeah, the knee injury that's a concern. I just hope and wish that she's going to be all right. But always happy to be on Friday nights. Fellas, let's talk about the NBA playoffs. Obviously, we got the Boston Celtics, the New York Knicks going at it right now. Unfortunate news for the Boston Celtics. Jason Tatum out for the remainder of the postseason and might be out for next season as well because of the ruptured Achilles. New York, they got to win this one, because this is your first time you've been to the Eastern Conference Finals since 2000. Okay, Jason Tatum is out for the remainder of the postseason and also for next season. Mm-hmm. Undisputed World Champ talked about the script, the WWE script between the Pacers and the Knicks. So if I'm New York, you've made all these moves. You got OG. You gave OG his money. You got Mikal Bridges in the trade. You got Karl-Anthony Towns in the trade. Jalen Brunson won Clutch Player of the Year. And think about the New York Knicks long before, because of the James Dolan stewardship. I mean, it was just that bad. Even rats were in Penn Station, New York. Not exaggerating. It was just that bad in Penn State. Yep, that bad in Penn Station. That bad in Penn Station. Yep, New York. So, I mean, that's how horrible it was, man. But for the New York Knicks, this is a great narrative for you to get back to the Eastern Conference Finals since 2000. And on top of that, we talk about how horrible James Dolan has been as an owner all these years. Leon Rose, the job that he has done as president of basketball operations for the New York Knicks, he's been fantastic. So for the New York Knicks, man, to get to the conference finals, you got the Indiana Pacers in their way. Indiana Pacers already took care of business against the Cleveland Cavaliers. This could be your shot. And this would be a great rematch because remember what happened last year in the Eastern Conference semifinals between the Pacers and the New York Knicks. Tyrese Halliburton, he was voted by his contemporaries as the most overrated player in the NBA. And Tyrese Halliburton lately has been playing fantastic in the playoffs, as well as the rest of the Indiana Pacers. Rick Carlisle, for those who may not know, he was the former head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, NBA champion, has done a heck of a job with the Indiana Pacers. So let's give the Pacers organization kudos. As for the New York Knicks, man, this is going to be this right here. If you don't win game 6, I believe you will win game 6. And right now they're up 20 as we speak against the Boston Celtics. It's 47-27 New York right now. You better win this one, because if you don't, and if it goes to a game 7 in Boston, even without Jason Tatum, oh my God. So the New York Knicks, you better handle your business tonight. BRF, what are your thoughts about with the East, man?
I'm loving it, to be honest with you. And I ain't gonna lie, man, because I was one of those, like, over the season, I wasn't the biggest fan of Tyrese Halliburton, how he played in Spurs. Hell, I gave him a nickname. I called him Tyrese Asserburton, because he'd show up here and show up there, and he would have these great performances, and he would have these mid performances. So it's like, I'm happy that he's actually been showing out in these playoffs. And to my Cleveland Cavaliers fans, the 2015 Hawks in spirit say thank you for kind of pushing them to the side, being a team to have a dominant regular season and be a number 1 seed, only to come up short when it matters. The 2015 Hawks, thank you. But I'm digging this Eastern Conference. I'm digging the play. Like the Indiana Pacers, even though they are, even though they do have Tyrese Halliburton heading, front and center and being the best player on that team, the way they've been contributing as a whole, whether it's Pascal Siakam, whether it's Aaron Nesmith, whether it's Obi Toppin coming off the bench, TJ McConnell coming off the bench, Miles Turner against the Milwaukee Bucks was like criminal stuff, what he was doing to them in that first round. So just seeing guys just step up and really play well around Tyrese Halliburton is really helping him to a point where he goes off, and it just allows them to be able to play free. The way they play, the defense has stepped up. The offense is like not really even though, like I said, even though Halliburton's the best player is not really like centered around him. Not really a lot of ISO ball, a lot of ball movement. Because when you got a guy like Pascal Siakam, who's got playoff experience, winning that NBA title in 2019 with the Toronto Raptors, I mean, he's bringing that experience with him. And the way they played against the Cleveland Cavaliers, just dictating the tempo, making them play the style of basketball that they wanted to play, just really just taking it to them. And really, even though Donovan Mitchell was getting his, and nobody else was really getting theirs. So the Indiana Pacers really went into that series against Cleveland with a game plan, and they executed it to perfection and took those boys out in 5. Executed it to perfection. As far as this series goes, this series has really just been about the Knicks' perimeter defense and the way they've been able to just glue on the Jason Tatum, on the Jaylen Brown. They've had their moments, and Derek White's had their moments, but it's really been about just really getting up on them and being physical with them. And shout out to Mitchell Robinson coming off the bench, giving them defense, a little bit of scoring here and there, but giving them defense, giving them rebounding, being a real physical presence on the inside for them. And then Mikal Bridges and Josh Hart and OG Anunoby just being those stalwarts on defense, but yet at the same time giving you much needed clutch scoring when they need it as well. I think one of the best plays I've seen all playoffs so far was that game 2 when Mikal Bridges basically just sunk Jason Tatum stuff into the seats and clinched the game for him in game 2. So it's been a team effort on the defensive side of the ball. And Jalen Brunson,
Not to mention coming back from two
20-point comebacks. 2 20-point comebacks. 2
back to back.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard enough to get one, But to get 2 back-to-back, that shows grit. That shows determination. That shows toughness. That just shows you're not going anywhere. And they really stuck it to the Boston Celtics. And like I'm looking at this game right now. I mean, it's just basically the same old tune. Hard-nosed perimeter defense, good rim protection, and the Knicks making shots. The Knicks making shots. I mean, the last couple of games, Boston has done a lot better behind the 3-point line, but ultimately it's just coming down to the Knicks. They want it more. That's basically what it's coming down to. They want it more. They're executing better on both sides of the ball. And honestly, right now, I feel like outside of a miracle, looking at the way this game is going, the tempo, if the Knicks don't take this home and make this a New York, Indiana Eastern Conference Finals, I will be highly surprised if the Knicks don't take this home. So I'm expecting the Knicks to take this home, because what I think is about to happen going into the second half, I feel like Jalen Brunson that third quarter is going to be a telltale, because I really feel like Jalen Brunson is probably about to get ready to put the hammer down and put the nail in the coffin. I think the third quarter might be his. I think it's really setting it up for him to really be that guy to really like drive it home and send the Boston Celtics home. It's just unfortunate losing Jason Tatum like that, because rumor is he may miss 2025 and 2026. The way as bad as his injury is, that's the rumor, because those Achilles injuries are no joke to come back from. He may miss 25 and 26, so it just puts the entire future of the Boston Celtics in lingo if he's not only missing 1 but 2 years. Because me, Champ, and Flash, we were talking about the prospect of trading Jaylen Brown. Say if the Celtics don't get it done with no Jason Tatum possibly for 1 or 2 years, there's no way you make that trade now. You have to hold on to Jaylen Brown now. So it's unfortunate, but it's the playoffs. So you're playing with a little fatigue. You're playing hurt. It's just unfortunate that a guy like Jason Tatum, who's really coming to his own and really becoming one of the advertising faces, one of the faces of this league, to go out and get hurt like that on a non-contact injury, rupturing, like tearing his Achilles like that. It's unfortunate, and I wish him nothing but the best. I wish him a speedy recovery. I hope he comes back 100% and be the Jason Tatum that we've seen him grow to be. But just watching this series and watching how the Knicks are executing, it's been fun to watch. All I'm gonna say is, if the New York Knicks win this NBA championship this year, just y'all need to put up fences and just keep every other city away from New York, because if New York does turn into like a celebratory war zone, if the New York Knicks win this NBA championship, I will be highly surprised. And they've even said it. If they win this championship, y'all gonna have to buckle up and get ready, because it's gonna be a celebration unlike any we've ever seen if the New York Knicks win this NBA championship this year. But I'm happy to see good fundamental team basketball. And on it, and right now you have to say the New York Knicks and the Indiana Pacers, the way both teams have played, deserve to be in the Eastern Conference Finals, because they have shown the best definition of what team ball looks like on both sides of the ball, and they absolutely deserve to play each other in the Eastern Conference Finals. So if I'm the Knicks, come this third, I think we're probably about to go into halftime. This third quarter, if I'm the New York Knicks and I'm Tom Thibodeau, I'm looking at my guys and I'm saying, third quarter, we end this. We got our foot on their throat. We press down. Third quarter, you got to end it. Just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can't give the Boston Celtics any inkling of hope whatsoever. Third quarter, you got to end them. But I also feel like the way they've been playing, I don't see any reason why they can't. So it's fun. It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch them win. It's fun to watch them play good ball. I honestly like seeing the New York Knicks win and be a relevant franchise and actually contend for championships. The league is better when the New York Knicks are contending. I'm not even going to lie.
Well, when James Dolan doesn't get involved in the news for all the wrong reasons, and when they start winning games, that's when the New York Knicks become the New York Knicks. So I'm happy for that in that regard. But with the New York Knicks, let's just wait for the championship just yet, because they still got a lot of work left to be done. The task is not done just yet. Well, undisputed world champ, talk to me.
New York Knicks, you better keep your foot on that gas. Because take it from me, a Laker fan, don't nobody want to go back to Boston for Game 7. Don't nobody want to go back to Boston for Game 7. So, hey, win it while you're in Madison Square Garden, not the TD Guard. That's all I have to say about that. A lot of this is Boston gave away games. I mean, you give up 2 20-point leads consecutively. You just gave them away. You wasn't able to close out games, even with Jason Tatum on the floor. You wasn't even able to close them out.
Well, Chad, that's because they lived and they died by the three. And you saw those 3-point attempts that Tatum, Brown, and all of them, they kept missing. And that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. And plus, I think that, I think the reason why they took that strategy because they didn't have all the help they needed down in the middle with Porzingis as well, because he's been in and out of the lineup a lot during the season.
Yeah, and he also had that illness.
Yeah, he hasn't been in the lineup consistently. So that's probably another reason why they've been taking that approach to play the game outside in and not inside out. Because I believe if he was playing, it'll be a whole nother ball game as far as that is concerned. Look, I'm so happy to see the New York Knicks be competitive. When that New York market is booming, the whole NBA is booming. I mean, and granted, I know they don't have that championship pedigree. We haven't seen the New York Knicks win since Willis Reed. But the thing is, when they are winning, it's on and popping. This has that 90s feel to it, with Pat Riley and when Pat Riley and the New York Knicks, and he pretty much created a stronger, tougher version of the New York Knicks before he ended up leaving for Miami. And all the recipe for old school basketball is there. The Pacers already took care of business. We're just waiting to see if New York is going to wrap it up. And is it going to be Naptown versus New York once again? It has that 90s feel to it. And then you got two hellified coaches that are coaching. When you think about Rick Carlisle, the first thing you think about is the Dallas Mavericks team, of course. But people don't understand. He was the coach for the Indiana Pacers before.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was the coach during the Indiana Pacers before. Made it to a conference finals before Malice in the Palace pretty much dismantled that team. So yeah, it's good to have a one go around. It's good to have a first go round. Even better on that second go around. Hey, it's time for the NBA, for your peers, for Tyrese Halliburton. It's time for y'all to apologize, bro. It's time. I never forget one of the first shows that I was on the Sports PSP podcast. One of the first shows, I think it was like the third show I did. I never forget we had a start bench cut, and it was LaMelo Ball,
Halliburton, LaMelo Ball, and Kate Cunningham. Yes, I came up with that.
Yes, you did. And I'll never forget, all of us picked LaMelo Ball. It's safe to say that that's starting to take a switch at this moment because Cade Cunningham is coming to his own. Tyrese Halliburton has definitely coming to his own. And LaMelo, although he is not stinking the joint up, he's kind of declining. Some of it due to injuries as well. But, yeah, I mean, look at how these players have come into their own. Tyrese Halliburton giving them championship aspirations for the first time really since the Malice in the Palace team. I mean, when you think about him, he's pretty much their modern day Reggie Miller, but except he can pass, he's a Swiss Army knife. Sometimes he play the pass a little bit too much, but he's a little bit too passive, and that's the reason why BRF gave him that name that he gave him, because sometimes he can be a little bit too passive, but nevertheless, he's a hell of a facilitator. He can shoot, he can drive to the basket, he can do a lot of things. So he's pretty much became their new Reggie Miller. And look, New York and Indiana has the potential, well, not to mention Minnesota. They have a chance to do something that hasn't been done since the early 2000s. When you see their favorite, when you see the WNBA team and the NBA team of that same city win a championship.
Yes.
Minnesota Timberwolves have a chance this year in order to win a championship. So does Nafisa Collier and the Minnesota Lynx. Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers have a chance to win. So does Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever, the capital of basketball, Indiana. The Knicks, they just won. The New York Liberty just won the WNBA championship.
Yes.
And and that NBA and that WNBA finals was one of the highest rated ones since the early 2000s. And the New York Knicks have a chance to do that as well. So this could be a big year for one of those three teams. I hate to see Jason Tatum go down. This could be a very bad setback for the Celtics. Very bad. I mean, I'm talking about Reggie Lewis, Len Bias proportions, because he may never be the same because of that. And he is their superstar. Jaylen Brown, he's great, but the heart and soul of that team is Jason Tatum. So he's one of the most disrespected players in the NBA. Him along with Tyrese Halliburton. So without him there for the next 2 years, especially if he doesn't come back, because not a lot. Kevin Durant is an anomaly. He's an anomaly. When you see an Achilles injury, a lot of players are not the same as they once were. You saw, BRF, you saw what happened with Dominique Wilkins at a certain point. He was good, but it was never that flair that you had when he was at the beginning of his career. Remember how that affected Dominique Wilkins?
He was never the same. It took all his bounce away. He was never the same.
Yeah, it took Dominique Wilkins. Isaiah Thomas tore his Achilles. Soon after that, his career was over. You know, that Achilles injuries is nothing to play with. So you got to wish Jason Tatum the best. As far as the Western Conference is concerned, it's been nail biter after nail biter after nail biter. And you're just holding your collective breath in order to see what's going to happen, especially with the Minnesota Timberwolves, especially with, Anthony Edwards just lighting the joint up. And man, this is what playoff basketball is all about, man. This is what playoff basketball is all about. To my knowledge, there was a big injury. I think Jamal Murray is like a game time decision tonight, or
Aaron Gordon.
They play Sunday.
Okay, yeah, I think he's a game time decision. So it's going to be interesting to see what happened with SGA and Oklahoma City Thunder and the Denver Nuggets. It's going to be interesting what happens in that game. But to your point, PSP, and I think I made a video about this on TikTok. The two people that an NBA championship can mean the most to, as far as their legacy, are not players. It's Sam Presti and James Dolan. Because Sam Presti just needs, in my humble opinion, just one championship to validate all of the hard work that he's done with the Oklahoma City Thunder. That team has been relevant since they arrived. It's rare. I don't even think they've had a season where they've been outside of the playoffs.
Perennial Western Conference Finals appearances, great records. Yeah. Of course, Sam Presti, you look at the big three he had with Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, might be the most talented team that just never captured a championship.
Yes. When you think about teams that couldn't get it done, you think about the OKC Thunder and the Orlando Magic. But Sam Presti put that team together, and then when that team was no longer there, he put together another team and reassembled the team. And then when it was time to move on from Westbrook, got a flurry of draft picks and set the tone for him to have his next MVP in SGA. So when you think about what it would mean to his legacy, I think although he would not have as many championships as Jerry West or Jerry Krause or one of those guys, or Ernie Grunfeld, one of those guys, or even Joe Dumars, I think it is only going to take one for him to be considered in that high echelon, especially considering OKC is a small market. Not a lot of players are really coming there at this point in time. When you think about destinations, that's not the first place you think about when you are getting a superstar player. They really have to build to the draft and develop their players and put them in the best position to win. And for you to not only for you to go from the big three, Kevin Durant, James Harden, and
Russell Westbrook,
to now you having an SGA who is one of the faces of the NBA is flat out amazing. Not to mention, you just had to trade Paul George, who has not been effective on darn near any team he's been on at this point. It's just been, he's been very, very up and down when you really, really think about it. And then when you think about James Dolan, when you think about all of the controversies, the Charles Oakley controversy, all of the things that he was going through in the city of New York, and not to mention teams, guys, and
kicking fans from the arena after the fans having the temerity to tell him, hey, sell the team.
And yeah, I think that will mean a hell of a lot for his legacy as well. So when you think about who the NBA championship means most to, of course, that New York market and a small market like OKC. But when you think about James Dolan and Sam Presti, it will mean a hell of a lot to their legacy. More so James Dolan than Sam Presti, because that would validate him for pretty much forever, especially in the New York market. They are certain. And as far as basketball, New York is the mecca of basketball. It is the mecca. Rucker Park, you name it. I mean, Syracuse, all of the history there, that is the mecca of basketball. So when you think about,
not to mention they play at Madison Square Garden.
Yes, and Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena. Yes, I'm a Laker fan, and I said that it's the world's most famous arena. So, yes, when you think about all of those factors, for you to win in New York, as far as the New York Knicks are concerned, when they haven't had a winner since Walt Frazier, they've gotten close, but no cigar with the Patrick Ewing teams and the Allen Houstons of the world, not to mention the Van Gundy team. I mean, for you to win after all of that heartbreak in the 90s, in the 2000s, and not being able to get your team on track for pretty much a long, long time, if you to put together a roster like this and you make a run at it, I think that would be validation for James Dolan.
I go with Sam Presti, because if Sam Presti wins one, he'll definitely be in the conversation as far as with one of the greatest GMs of all time, champ. Dolan, on the other hand, all I've said with James Dolan, just stay out the way. Don't put the Knicks in the news for the. I've said it, and again, I would know. I live in the New Jersey area. I don't live that far away from New York City. By taking the train and J Transit, unfortunately, right now they're having some problems. But if you take the train from South Orange to New York, 45 minutes away, all you ask from James Dolan is just stay out the way. Don't put the Knicks in the news for all the wrong reasons. I think if my problem with James Dolan, and I've said it all the time, and I will continue to say this about him, I think he's thin-skinned. I think he's petulant. I didn't like how the way he handled the situation with Charles Oakley, considering all the other controversies he's had, Chad. Let's not forget the Anuka Brown-Sanders situation. You know very well about that situation. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid
but
it's going to get brought up. So,
but no, I'm speaking facts. I'm speaking facts. I'm speaking the truth. But Montrell said it. Why is it hard for owners to stay out the way? Look, the problem is with James Dolan, like I've said before, I think before the Knicks were winning, the Knicks were moribund. I mean, head coaches being fired, GMs, all this other stuff. Like I said, this is your first time since 2000 to go to the Eastern Conference Finals. Before, I mean, now you're making New York the team in basketball, because it really should, because it was supposed to be Brooklyn with KD, Kyrie, and then James Harden. But then all of them departed. Now New York Knicks is the team in New York. So with James Dolan, could it? I mean, for Sam Presti, if he wins a championship, I think his legacy means more because he's in the conversation for the higher stuff, champ. If he wins, I mean, a young prodigy, a young guy like him, accumulating all this talent, still creating a great culture. Nothing has changed in OKC, still flying. Unlike Dolan, still flying. So all he needs is that one ring. But before we say with the Knicks and the OKC winning the Thunder, let's not discount the Denver Nuggets and the Minnesota Timberwolves. What narrative could have been the narrative that could be great? Hey, look at the Denver Nuggets winning a championship this season just after they fired Michael Malone before the NBA playoffs. Nikola Jokic, champ, 20, averaging a triple-double, still putting up numbers like crazy. If he wins a championship, he may win the MVP. It's either between him or SGA. You can't go wrong with either one. And then, of course, Anthony Edwards with Minnesota, with how the way this team, the X factor to me for Minnesota is Rudy Gobert, especially when he's on the offensive end. When Minnesota is up double digits and Rudy Gobert is giving you 15 points or more, you know for a fact they win this game. Sorry, champ, I hate to bring this up, but we all know Game 5 when Rudy Gobert dropped 27 and 24.
Yeah, beat the bricks off of them. I mean, I think I made a video about that. Lakers, make sure you go to the bathroom and pee so you can make sure you say you did something in the Minnesota today. Anthony Edwards, I think that if he wins, that will undisputedly make him the face of the league. Not to mention that's another small market. I mean, them going to the conference finals, and doing their thing, that will be great for Anthony Edwards. I think that, like I said, I think that makes him the undisputed face of the league. But the thing is, what I ask myself about with the Denver team is this. This is what I ask myself. What kind of narrative is that going to send to the rest of the NBA if they're able to win without their coach just being fired right before the playoffs? Because as we know, coaching is kind of already a joke when it comes to the NBA. Let's just keep it all the way a buck. It's really
we've seen that, champ. I mean, Mike Budenholzer. I mean, we've seen a lot of head coaches getting fired. And plus, champ, look, I'm sorry with Doc Rivers. I'll say it before and I'll say it again. The man has gotten more opportunities than the Kardashians has been as dating men. And look, Doc Rivers, at some point in time, you're going to have to ask yourself, is it time for you to move on? So when you look at just coaching, we know that if you win, no matter if you win a championship, champ, doesn't matter if you win a championship whether in a year or two, they can just fire you just like that. Yes. And for whatever reason, could it be because you don't have the greatest relationship with ownership? Could it be because of your relationship with the players? I mean, come on. And we're going to get into with the Dallas Mavericks in just a second with the NBA draft lottery. Look, they traded Luka Doncic and everyone was astounded. So it doesn't even matter if you won a championship. Doesn't even matter if you're a perennial all-star. Doesn't matter if you're a superstar. Nothing is safe.
Yeah. You got to start asking yourself how many, if they are able to win one with a champ without a stable coach, how cocky now is that going to make a lot of other NBA teams? Or they're going to start saying, okay, well, we saw Denver win a championship and their coach just got fired a couple of weeks earlier, right before the playoffs. Do we really need a stable coach for our team, or we could just get his behind up out of here when the owner sees fit or the general manager sees fit? So, I mean, that's what I'm asking myself. Because the thing is, that's going to make player empowerment even more in the NBA. Because people are going to say, hey, it doesn't matter who the coach is. Look at these players. Which rightfully so, you can have the best coach in the world. If you don't have the players in order to run the floor, you're not going to be that good. You saw that with Larry Brown at a certain point, just being honest. But you got to ask yourself, what kind of message is that going to send to the rest of the NBA and the front offices, not to mention how cocky they're going to be if that happens, and how much player empowerment is going to improve if they're able to win without a stable coach. It used to be if you won a championship as a coach, you couldn't get a ticket in town. All the drinks, you were the toast of the town, and all the drinks was on everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's just like you can win a championship unless you damn near three-peat. You can rest assured you can be out of there within a year or so. I mean, and you saw that there, and the biggest shocker of that was Mike Budenholzer. That team had won a championship since Kareem.
1971.
They haven't won since Kareem and Oscar Robertson bought that team a championship in a small market like Milwaukee. And like I said, the small markets, I hate to be repetitive, with the exception of maybe San Antonio, they're not getting a lot of big-time, big-name free agents to go there. So you won one in a small market with Giannis, with no top 75 player outside of Giannis. Much like the team that you came from in the form of the San Antonio Spurs did with Greg Popovich. And although Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker were good, they were not top 75 players of all time. So you did that, and then a few years later, you're gone. Then the Adrian Griffin controversy. He was 30-13 to start the season. Then he was up out there. Then they brought in Doc Rivers. So you have to ask yourself, what kind of message is that going to send to the NBA who, like I said, coaching has become a joke and every team has a revolving door at this point? What kind of message is it going to send them as far as coaching is concerned, and how much role is this going to play in player empowerment, which is already skyrocketed at a certain point?
Well, it just tells you, champ, that they just feel like as long as we have the right players around us, like we know for a fact at this point they're not taking coaching seriously. So if they win, I mean, I would hate for other teams to copy that exact formula as Denver. We don't know exactly what was the reason why Michael Malone was fired, but I think if the Nuggets win, this could elevate Jokic's legacy. Jokic is already a 3-time league MVP. He's already a champion and a finals MVP. I think he's one of the top 10 greatest centers in NBA history. He's one of 3 men to average a triple-double. There's him, Oscar Robertson, and Russell Westbrook.
Yes.
He may win the MVP this year by either between him or SGA. Again, you can't go either wrong. But if he wins, despite all the things with the Denver Nuggets, and to win with Russell Westbrook, I think this could elevate Jokic's legacy. And I think Jokic doesn't get enough credit or recognition yet, because I've said before, he's the most disrespected player currently. Some people could say Jason Tatum, Tyrese Halliburton, but we bring up the fact Jokic not being from Serbia, not being an American, but a lot of people get on Jokic because of his personality, other things along the way. But if Jokic wins this championship, champ, without his main head coach, damn.
Yeah, you got to give credit where credit is due. And like I said, he's the modern day Tim Duncan, if you want me to be honest with you, except he plays center. He doesn't have that big person. He's not a look at me guy. We always say we admire humbleness, but we always pay attention to the hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
Make that make sense. One can make an argument. People say the 2000s, well, the 2000s from 2000 to 2010, those were the Kobe years. Was it really, or was it the Kobe and the Duncan years? Because I remember distinctly Tim Duncan winning 5 titles alone during that time.
I would say Kobe, Shaq, and Duncan years.
So, yeah. So, you have to put them in that conversation. Mm-hmm. And the thing is, how is the greatest power forward of all time not mentioned in the GOAT conversation? When you kept your team relevant for nearly 20 years. You was able to come in and get David Robinson, who fell short several times in the 90s. He was able to get him a title.
During Tim Duncan's second year in the NBA.
Yes, indeed. During the lockout year. Then you turn back around a couple years later, 2003, you get him another one on the way out while winning the MVP. Being unstoppable. So I think that Jokic is the modern day Tim Duncan as far as being disrespected, his peers acknowledge him. But it's just like those two guys, when you think about Jokic and you think about Tim Duncan, they already play in small markets, and they're not look at me guys. So it's just like it's a double whammy against them at a certain point. And like I said, they play fundamental basketball. Fundamental basketball is not always the most exciting. Look, the Spurs were one of the most efficient teams that you could ever put on the floor. But watching them sometimes is kind of like watching paint dry. I call them the Duke University of the NBA. It's fundamental, but it is bored as hell. So I give them that comparison. Yes, Jokic is disrespected. Very. He's probably going to go down as one of the top 5 centers of all time, especially if he can get him another MVP and another championship. If he gets at least 3, he surpasses a lot of guys. He surpasses a lot of guys like a Moses Malone. Maybe even he surpasses Moses Malone, Willis Reed, guys like that. He surpasses them. And like I said,
we talking about Jokic. What's the question?
No, I'm saying if he wins another championship and the MVP, in my humble opinion, he passes guys like Willis Reed and Moses Malone.
He's in top 5 talks if he does that.
Yeah,
he's in top 5 center of all time talks.
So, and the thing is this: you can even put him up. Like I said, you can put him up there because the thing is the passing, the way he was able to get his teammates involved. And the thing is, look, let's just be honest. With Russell Westbrook, we knew he was stat padding, and he openly admitted. With Jokic getting these triple doubles, it's just what he's doing. That's just how he plays. It's just how he plays. So if he was able to win a championship and another MVP, to have 4 MVPs, 2 championships, and if he's able to win the Finals MVP, a lot of conversations are going to be asked about his legacy and how. As far as
not to mention where it started, because remember he was drafted during a Taco Bell commercial.
Yes, he was drafted during a Taco Bell commercial, and like I said, a lot of those European players are very underestimated when they come over. But hey, those guys are getting it done, and they've taken away look, whether we like it or not, those European players, they've taken away the NBA from us at this point in time because they're the best players in the league. You think about Jokic and when you think about Jokic, Giannis, and Luka, when they are healthy and at peak position and peak conditioning, ain't no other 3 players in the NBA is going to match them. None.
I think with the right now the Knicks are up 74-43 against the Boston Celtics. 8:35 left in the third quarter. But I can't wait to see the rest of the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference Finals. But let's continue on with the NBA, fellas. Champ, you will go first. Dallas Mavericks. All the criticism that they face during the season because of the Luka Doncic trade, they ended up getting the number 1 overall pick. Mind you, they had a 1.8% chance of winning the number 1 overall pick. Cooper Flag from Duke will be the presumptive choice. Chip, I had this conversation with my brother, and he basically thinks, and you may disagree, he thinks it was rigged that the Dallas Mavericks ended up getting the number 1 overall pick. What were your thoughts on it?
The thing is, how's it rigged? They only had a 1% chance to win. 1%. I think only 2 other teams have done that. 2 other.
Let me look it up.
And you got to ask yourself this: if Kyrie Irving doesn't get hurt, are we even having this conversation with them about them in the lottery?
That's what makes this really fishy.
Yeah. So you got to ask yourself that question. Number 1 and number 2. Look, the biggest winners in the off season, as far as sports, is Dallas. Dallas had their hell of a draft as far as the Dallas Cowboys are concerned when it got George Pickens. And guess what team won the WNBA draft lottery? Oh, yeah, the Dallas Wings. And then now they go get Cooper Flagg as far as the Dallas Mavericks are concerned. Oh, not to mention he's going to join a team with Anthony Davis, and if he comes back fully healthy, and Kyrie Irving, they got a chance to do something early in his career. They only had a 1% chance of winning. If they ended, I would say it's rigged. If this happened, I would say if they end up trading that pick to somebody, then we can start having rigged comments. But nobody expected Dallas in order to win. Everybody was expecting the Spurs to win, and it's quite ironic when we don't get what we want. It's always rigged. Everybody was talking about Cooper Flagg to the San Antonio Spurs with nothing to happen. Oh my God, it's rigged. When a certain player doesn't win, oh my God, it has to be rigged. So, I mean, if it's rigged, they did a damn bad job of it, because guess what? Who expected them to get a number 1 overall pick with the 1% chance that they had to win? I think only the Orlando Magic. I think the Orlando Magic's back in when they drafted Penny Hardaway, they had a 1% chance to win because they missed the playoff the year before.
You talking about the 93 draft when they had the number 1 pick and they drafted Chris Webber, but they traded to Golden State in exchange for Penny Hardaway.
Yes, indeed. They had a 1% chance of winning, and they already had Shaq. Who expected the Dallas Mavericks to win? And if it's rigged, and it's been a lot of conspiracy theories about the new owner wanting to move from Dallas to Vegas. If they're trying to move, then why are you giving them the number 1 overall pick? That's going to keep the team relevant in Dallas. That's a redemption story. Oh my God. Yes, it is. Think about it. Think about it. Listen. You trade Luka, but you get back Kyrie and Anthony Davis. That's at least a playoff team. And if Cooper Flagg is a good player,
if Cooper Flagg is a good player, you have a star to market to go to Vegas.
No, like I said, the only way that they can possibly move out of Dallas and without a lot of hoopla is if that team sucks. And they can move that team if they want to move that team, whether they good or not. Well, the thing is, that'll be hard that's going to be very, very hard to do. The thing is, there's rumor that Portland is not going to be in Portland anymore.
And they're trying to, and the NBA is trying to find a way to get a team back in Seattle.
Yes. So rumor has it that Portland may not be the Trailblazers anymore in Portland. And like I said, if you're going to strip down a team, why would you? If a team is trying to move to Vegas, because you got to remember, this is what happened when Seattle moved. They traded all of their great players, and they was down to those 2 draft picks, and that was Kevin Durant and I think it was Rashard Lewis. I think it was those 2 guys.
And from Seattle to Oklahoma City.
It was a very, very, very young team. They had no aspiration. They were a lottery team. They had no playoff aspiration there. In fact, they traded Ray Allen. They traded Ray Allen to Boston, yes. So the thing is, if they're trying to rig it for Dallas, considering all the conspiracy theories and everything that's going on, they're doing a darn pretty bad job of it, because last I checked, this team was trying to move to Las Vegas. How does it look, a championship team? Because the thing is, you got to think about this. How does it look if Cooper Flagg is as good as we think he is? How does it look? You having a team like you have right now with playoff aspirations, and if Cooper Flagg is as good as we think he is, in 1, maybe 2 years, you could probably be in the finals. And Cooper Flag is going to bring viewers to that team that normally don't even watch basketball because he's from Duke. He was player of the year. He's going to bring people to that stadium that don't normally watch the game. So that's sellouts all over the place.
But here's the thing, champ. Luka, remember, he was a prodigy as a teenager. That hasn't been said with Cooper Flag. And yes, Cooper Flag, to your point, champ, comes from Duke, him and Kyrie. But within the next couple of years, we don't know with Dallas and their future. Kyrie Irving is coming off an ACL injury. We hope and we wish him to recover. You would know for a thing or two, champ, with Anthony Davis. Even though he's productive, but at the same time, he'll give you some.
But I agree. I don't disagree. But you'd have to think about like this. Cooper Flag can be for Dallas what Caitlin Clark is for the Indiana Fever. You're going to bring in people who do not normally watch the game because they're Duke fans, because they're Cooper Flag fans. And I'm not talking about a race issue because Cooper Flag played at Rucker Park. So this is not a race thing. This is just casual fans who normally don't watch the game, the NBA game of basketball, who normally don't watch Dallas. It's going to be people who want to pay attention to see what he's going to do. How's he going to do? So you have to ask yourself, if you're trying to get away from a place like Dallas, why would you give them an attraction like a Cooper Flag to go along with an already playoff-ready team? Like I said, if you're rigging something, you're doing a bad job of it. Because the thing is, if you're going to rig it, then why don't you give it to a team like San Antonio, who is in the midst of trying to build that team back up? Some of their players are hurt, and they're already in talks with Giannis, and they've been a staple in the NBA for years to come. Outside of that 2011 NBA championship, what have we heard about Dallas over the years? Outside of that one and the last year in the years of Luka, you heard very, very little. Outside of these two eras, you heard very, very little. So like I said, why would you give a star attraction to a team like Dallas, who's all of these rumors are swerving around? Why would you give them a star attraction like that if you're trying to rig it? If anything, you give that attraction to a Utah. You give it to a Portland who doesn't have a superstar. You give it to one of those guys. You don't give a star attraction to a team that just lost an attraction.
Not to mention in a market like Dallas.
Exactly. And the thing is, we've seen this happen before. When a team loses a player and when a team is getting ready to lose a player, and when a team has lost a player and they win the draft lottery. The Hornets lost Chris Paul, and then they won the Anthony Davis sweepstakes.
Well, remember, champ, the New Orleans Hornets, when they traded Chris Paul, he was supposed to go to your team, the Lakers, but then Commissioner, rest his soul, David Stern at the time came in and interfered. Yes.
So the thing is, and then when Anthony Davis was about to leave, we saw lightning strike again. We saw him going into, everybody else thought he's going to the Knicks. He's going to the Knicks. He ended up going to New Orleans. So like I said, if they're trying to rig this thing, they're doing a bad job about it, because the thing is, why would you sit with all of these rumors swirling around Dallas, them wanting to leave? They wanted to leave and go to Las Vegas. You have an already ready-made situation as far as playoffs is concerned. They could at least make the playoffs. You saw them make the play-in this year. If it wasn't for the Kyrie injury, guess what? They probably would have gotten in undisputedly. So you have an already playoff-ready team, and you give them Cooper Flag, who is a star attraction. Him and Paige Beckers outside of the Dallas Cowboys are going to own that town. So you give them a star attraction with all of that, with all of these rumors swirling around and all of this controversy with Luka. No. Like I said, if anything, that was supposed to go to another team. Like I said, we heard these same rumors when Zion went to the Pelicans. Oh, it's rigged. Yeah, everybody was rooting for him to go. If it's really rigged, then who we think would? If it's really rigged, if it's really rigged, then who we think is supposed to win would win. Unfortunately, it did not go that way. And if I'm the commission and I'm trying to rig something, I'm not finna give you a star attraction to replace the attraction that you sent somewhere else out of stupidity. That's your problem. I'm not finna rig my league because you messed up. You literally sold your franchise down the river for pennies on the dollar. So I'm going to give you the number 1 overall pick to reward you for being dumb? No. No, indeed not.
BRF, is there anything you want to add?
I disagree with a lot of what he just said, with all due respect. Dallas, after making that Luka trade, a 1.8% chance of getting the number 1 pick. When I saw they got to the top 4, it was done. I knew they were getting it. It was done. It was a wrap. Some of the points he made, I hate to say it, is why you rig it for the Dallas Mavericks. Here's the thing. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Man, the NBA has had to fight with the NBA draft lottery and rig talks for years, going all the way back to the Knicks and Patrick Ewing. They've been fighting this for years. Think about some moments in time. Cleveland Cavaliers trade LeBron James. How fast were they able to get the number 1 overall pick and get Kyrie Irving? Pretty quick, right?
Right, just a year after the LeBron James departure.
Pretty quick. Okay. New Orleans Hornets. They ultimately finally got rid of Chris Paul. How fast were they able to get the number 1 overall pick and draft Anthony Davis?
Very quick.
Dallas Mavericks. They trade Luka Doncic. They get ridiculed West Coast to East Coast, North to South. How fitting is it they get the number 1 overall pick and they're about to get Cooper Flag?
Coincidence?
Very much so. Very much so. And here's the thing. Owners are going to ultimately do what they want to do at the end of the day, regardless whether a team is winning or not. If they see more money in Vegas, they're going to go. And here's the thing. Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis are not spring chickens anymore. We don't know what their future is going to be like. We don't know how long they're going to really want to stay in Dallas. They're not playing the short game. They're looking at the long-term game, 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road. If they ultimately want to go to Vegas and Cooper Flag turns into what we think he's going to turn into, bam, there you go right there. You got your face that you can take to Vegas, that you can market in Vegas, that can bring fans in, that can sell seats, that can make you money. So I just found it a little weird that Dallas ultimately ended up with him after all of that ridicule and after all that torture that fans have been giving them, just giving them the blues, and then all of a sudden they end up with Cooper Flag. I'm gonna be real with you. You're not gonna rig it really for a team like Washington. You're not really gonna rig it for a team like Utah. They suck. I mean, you're not really gonna rig it for them ultimately, because if it's if it's expected, it's not really rigged. You're expecting them to happen. The reason why we were hoping for the San Antonio Spurs was them cultivating a new big three with Wemby and Stephon Castle and now Cooper Flag. In their case, it would be a big four, because you also have Devin Vassell down there too. So you're really cultivating a big four in San Antonio. I look at it from the standpoint of it, you just don't know. I mean, I just felt this just feels weird. Like, I mean, we've been killing them ever since the Luka trade. And then they get the number 1 pick. When they were in the top 4, I was like, I know they ain't finna get us to Dallas. And sure enough, they give it to him. Like, hey, you want to do this? You know what I'm saying? You want to ship Luka off to the Lakers? We'll reward you with the number 1 overall draft pick. We don't know how the NBA works, but I tell you what, it is kind of coincidental that they did get the number 1 overall pick after trading Luka Doncic. I'm just saying stuff like this has happened before, where teams get the number 1 overall draft pick after trading their franchise player. It's happened before. So honestly, to a certain extent, it's crazy, but it's not surprising because it's happened before. So I feel like I kind of feel like a lot of the points that were made as far as like why Dallas maybe won't go nowhere and why you have an attraction is a reason why Dallas would absolutely move, no questions asked, because you have a Cooper Flag that can be your main attraction in Vegas if you ultimately want to do it 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road. It's not short term, it's long term. They're thinking long term money. They're not worried about the short term right now. Yeah, they may make the playoffs. Yeah, they may make a couple of runs here in Dallas, but the thing is, you don't know how long Kyrie and Anthony Davis are going to be there. You're going to have Cooper Flag going to be your guy for the long term. So if you want to go to Vegas and Cooper Flag turns into this generational two-way player who can do it on both the offensive and defensive side of the ball, which is what people are calling him, there you go. So I'm just saying, I am not ruling anything out at this point as far as the Dallas Mavericks going to Vegas. Because if anything, the NBA said, hey, if you're truly thinking about it, let's slide you this number 1 overall pick. Let's get you Cooper Flag. And then if Kyrie and AD leave in a couple of years and y'all are serious about it, you got your guy right there that you can build around. I'm not ruling out anything. And I am not surprised in one bit. I wouldn't be surprised at one bit if this happens. Just from the standpoint, they got their guy front and center that they can legit do it with. So I'm just saying, I'm playing a little devil's advocate here because that was just kind of fishy that the Dallas Mavericks ended up with that after getting killed and destroyed after that Luka trade. I just find it a bit weird.
Go ahead, champ.
Quick question for you, real quick, BRL.
I'm listening.
Do you see them potentially doing this? And this is just me, being in my little NBA history bag. If Cooper Flag is what we think he is, do you see a possibility? And I hate to bring this guy's name up, because of controversy, but do you see a possibility of them doing Anthony Davis like they did with Adrian Dantley out there in Utah? Remember when Karl Malone first got there, they was very unsure about him if he was going to be great. So they kept Adrian Dantley there to kind of be a bucket, because remember he won a scoring title or two before they got rid of him. Mm-hmm. So do you see if Cooper Flag is what we think he is, like, let's say this year they get a little glimpse of him, like, okay, this is our guy. Do you think that we see a potential Anthony Davis trade this year if they see it early on that he's the guy and do him like the Jazz did with Adrian Dantley and say, hey, this is our guy now in Karl Malone? Do you think that scenario happens with Cooper Flag in Dallas?
I like that question. It happens if Dallas is not a playoff contender.
Okay.
If they are not a playoff contender around like All-Star break, trade deadline, if they're not in contention for the playoffs, I see them absolutely shipping Anthony Davis off to a team to get some young guys or some draft capital, whatever they need to do, ship them off to a contender that's got a shot to do something. That's if Dallas isn't winning. If Dallas is winning, they'd be stupid to do it. If Dallas is winning, you got to keep that intact and you got to try to do something. But if they're not winning, Anthony Davis is absolutely on the trading block.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen a lot of guys. We've seen a lot of franchises do that before. We saw that with, Utah and Adrian Dantley. They traded him after they saw what Karl Malone could be. And look, we saw that also when the 76ers saw what Charles Barkley can be. We saw them trade Moses Malone to the Washington Wizards. To the Washington Wizards. They were the Bullets. Mm-hmm. They traded to the Washington Wizards. That's why I asked you that question. And you brought up a lot of valid points. That's why I asked that. It's like, okay, if that's what that is, then do they end up trading him to Anthony Davis to another team and just say, hey, franchise is in your hands. Let's see how far you can take it. So.
Yeah, like the thing, and like I said, I think they do it if they're not in playoff contention, and I really don't think they would really do Anthony Davis dirty like that. I think a guy like Anthony Davis, he would deserve to go to a team like here's like, especially if he's like playing well. Like if he's playing well and say they're just like struggling and they just can't find the rhythm, but Cooper Flag is doing this thing, Anthony Davis is doing this thing, and then Kyrie, let's say he's slow coming back from his injury, but and the rest of the team, they're not like really, it's not like everything's meshing and they're not in contention. I think they would absolutely not do him dirty. I think they would trade him to a contender. I don't think they would do him dirty, but I absolutely could see that scenario play out if they're not winning games and if they're not in contention. I do think they would be crazy to do it if they're in contention, because a team like Dallas, if everything is clicking, I feel like if they're clicking with the roster that they've cultivated down there in Dallas, they got a lot of really good defensive players down there, like a Daniel Gafford, a Derek Lively, who are really good rim protectors. I think you'll still have Clay down there, who still gives you a little bit as far as perimeter. He's not nowhere near what he used to be in Golden State, but he gives you a little bit. So, I mean, that team is really built on rim protection and interior defense, kind of like an in-out type of thing. So, I mean, if they don't do it, but if they're winning, I know. But if they're not winning and they're not in contention, yeah, Dallas would have to do it, because I think if anything, if they're not winning, the whole Vegas talk, it heats up even more. So I mean, ultimately, if you're gonna do this like I said, back to that, because if you're gonna do that down the road, Cooper Flag needs to be the center of that universe, just point blank, period.
To your point, though, real quick, PSP, this is that the thing is, Dallas did it twice this year, to your point, which leads me to believe you're kind of right. Remember, the Dallas Wings lost their franchise player to free agency this year because she said she wasn't coming back and went to the Phoenix Mercury.
They lost Sabali. She went to Phoenix, and then look what happened.
And then they got Paige Beckers. Now, lightning strikes again in Dallas, and they get Cooper Flag. So to your point, you may have a point when you say that. I mean, it struck twice in the WNBA once with Paige, then in Cooper.
It's happened too many. It's happened too many times.
I'm with BRF on this one, because if it's expected and if it's just like that, just that quick, champ, then what exactly do we have to say? I mean, I was going to ask BRF this question, had the Dallas Mavericks not traded Luka Doncic to the Los Angeles Lakers, would they be in the discussion for having the number one pick?
No, because they'd be in the playoffs.
Right.
But because they had Luka, they still be in the playoffs. They wouldn't be close to the number one overall pick, because they would have made the playoffs.
But because they traded a generational talent like a Luka, and because they missed the playoffs, and because of all the criticism that Nico Harrison and the Mavericks ownership has gotten, I think that played for the Dallas Mavericks having the number one overall pick. And yes, to Champ's point, because he's mentioned Dallas, and we're gonna get into the Dallas Cowboys in just a second. I mean, Dallas, man, y'all doing it big. I mean, the Wings, you get Paige Beckers. I mean, Texas football, everything. I mean, I don't know what y'all doing in Dallas, but hey, they have been hell of a season for them. But I believe, Champ, had they not traded Luka, they wouldn't have ended up having the number one overall pick. It would have been San Antonio. It would have been some other team. But because of Dallas and because of the criticism that Nico Harrison has gotten and ownership, because of moving the team to Vegas to build a casino over there, who knows? But I think if Dallas ends up struggling, they would have to blow it up and have to trade some players, particularly Anthony Davis. They would have to, Champ, because again, if we are keeping these players and we're not producing, then what's the point?
Exactly.
And to your point, I'm starting to get what BRF is saying now, because it's like,
Well, you introduced me to him. Great minds think alike, as always.
So I'm like, oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, you might
Yeah,
be right, bro.
and that's why I brought up the past with the Kyrie Irving draft pick, with the Anthony Davis draft pick, going back to the Knicks with Patrick Ewing. I mean, it's happened so many times. Like I said, when Dallas got into that top four, I'm like, yeah, they're about to do this. You're like, ain't no way they about to do this. But once Dallas got into the top four, I'm like, they really finna get boy the number one overall draft pick. And damn it if they didn't give them the number one overall draft pick. So I mean, everything's just like it just clicked, and it's like, yeah,
Plus
NBA's thinking alone.
another example, BRF, you forgot to mention. Once the Pelicans, once they were gonna move on from Anthony Davis, they ended up getting Zion with the number one overall
They got
pick.
on Zion. They traded him and got Zion. Exactly.
So it is kind of expected. So there you go.
Hey, should the NFL have a draft lottery? Y'all think? Because I heard
No,
Mike
no,
Green go. I'm just asking.
no,
I'm just asking.
no,
I'm just asking.
no. They should
Because I heard
not have an no. I think the NFL and NBA are kind of different from the standpoint of, in the NFL, if you suck, you absolutely earned that right, and it's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If you suck and you have the worst record, you're the team that needs to improve the most in the draft, and there is no reason you should not get the number one overall draft pick. The NFL should never, under any circumstances, do a draft lottery. Never. Because I do not. Because I do not.
That was a great question, Chip. I do not blame you.
That is a good question, but I do not want to see like a 7-10 or 8-9 NFL team barely miss the playoffs and then slip and just mess around and get number one overall draft pick. No, I know. I don't want it. No, I don't want that. No,
That could have been interesting though. Because look, just think about this. Just think about it. Just think about it for like 1 minute though. Think about the San Francisco 49ers. I know we're finna get into it in a minute. I'm not trying to be spoiler and cut it to the script. But, think about this. Think about it. The San Francisco 49ers would have been in the draft lottery, and they would have got the first overall pick. Do they draft Cam Ward or do they pay Brock Purdy?
They're going to draft Cam Ward.
No. I know. I think I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think they draft Abdul Carter. I really do. I don't think they draft Cam Ward. I don't. I think they go with Abdul Carter because I feel like
because of what you've seen of Brock Purdy in the postseason.
If you're gonna give Brock Purdy the type of money you gave him today, you're already thinking about it. It's already in your head. So I feel like if they're in that boat and they get the number one overall draft pick, it's gonna be like Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. It's not gonna be Cam Ward because you're already thinking about giving Brock Purdy that money.
I probably
and the fact that you gave him 265. Nah, I don't think they draft Cam Ward.
BRF, I probably say Hunter because San Francisco has everything on the defense except the DB position, which is their weakest element on the defensive side of the football. Because you already have.
I can see that.
You already have the front seven with Bosa, and then not only that, you got Fred Warner, one of the best linebackers, middle linebackers in the NFL. So all they need is a DB, and plus you add a Travis Hunter, who can be another weapon. Because again, Debo's no longer there anymore, and Brandon Ayuk is coming off injury. So to have a Travis Hunter for Brock Purdy, but it's a tough one because again, with a Cam Ward with that type of talent. But if you look at San Francisco, you know what? Let's get into it. Let's talk about Brock Purdy. Let's move on to it. Brock Purdy got paid 5-year, $265 million, $181 million in total guarantees, including $165.05 million in the first 3 years of a deal that runs through 2030. Look, I have no problem with Brock Purdy getting his money. As I've always said, you get paid according to the market. With Brock Purdy, though, it's going to be tough for the San Francisco 49ers because now that you paid him, I mean, you look at that division. I mean, you lost Debo. He's now with Washington. You look at the Seattle Seahawks. You also look at the Arizona Cardinals. I think the Arizona Cardinals definitely did some good things in the offseason. And then, of course, with the Rams. So, BRF, what were your thoughts about Purdy's deal? And can San Francisco compete with Purdy?
When I saw the post and I saw that San Francisco had ultimately gave him the contract, I looked at it. I looked at it from both sides because last year was really like the first time where like Brock Purdy didn't have like a full assessment of guns, and he played okay, but he didn't look nothing compared to when they went to the Super Bowl. I mean, he put up his number. I mean, I feel like, and goes back to why I feel like they don't draft Cam Ward. I think Brock Purdy's a better fit in the Kyle Shanahan scheme than Cam Ward. I feel like Kyle Shanahan's offense is a variation of like what what his dad Mike Shanahan did. It's like a West Coast offense light, because it focuses really on running the ball, but it's a timing passing offense. So it's almost like a West Coast light kind of in a way. And I feel like Brock Purdy, he's shown to be accurate enough to really run that offense really, really well. So I think he's a better fit for it than Cam. Because I feel like Cam, although he can run, I think his athleticism is slightly overrated. I mean, he's got an arm, but I think his athleticism slightly overrated. I don't think he's really the athlete that some people are trying to make him out to be. I don't think he's that type of guy. So with a guy like Brock, he just kind of
a hell of an improviser.
He does everything right. He does everything as far as like what Kyle Shanahan asked him to do as far as operating that offense, as far as like just spreading the ball out, finding the open guy. I mean, like Champ knows, us being Falcons fans, he knows we know what the Kyle Shanahan offense is capable of when it's running on all cylinders. If you don't believe me, 2016, enough said. When that offense is on all cylinders, I think it's the scariest thing in the National Football League when that offense is running on all cylinders. And I think giving them that type of money, is it going to be hard to improve other facets of your football team? Yeah, definitely. Because you're looking at I think even though they did lose Debo,
his contract, they could try to reconstruct his contract because we've seen that before with Cleveland with Deshaun Watson, and then now with Dallas with Dak Prescott.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. They could definitely like a year or two down the road, like look to restructure that deal. And honestly, I'm looking at how the 49ers are constructed. I like their receiver core. I like Brandon Ayuk being there. I like Ricky Pearsall being there. I like Jawan Jennings being there. I feel like they have three true wide receivers as opposed to somebody like a Debo, even though Debo is a really good player and he's going to do – I feel like I've seen like reports. The dude is motivated. So to everybody that has to face the Washington Commanders this year with Debo Samuel on that team, I pray for you, because if he's motivated, they're that much scarier. But I feel like San Francisco, I think from a standpoint of not knowing what to expect with future quarterback classes down the road or potential free agents down the road, I kind of actually feel like they did the right thing here, giving Brock that money. Not from the standpoint of like, do I feel he's a quarterback worthy of that type of money? Sometimes you just have to look at it like, if we don't keep him now, what if he goes someplace else and plays well, and we had him, and then we have to go out and draft someone, and they don't live up at all into whatever expectations they're coming into the league with if we draft somebody. So I feel like it's one of those where it's like, if you already got a guy, you have to pay according to market. You keep them in the fold. Sometimes you just have to do that. I mean, the champ spoke about it before.
With Trey Lance, BRF?
Oh God, yes, absolutely.
Because remember, they not only drafted him, they traded up in the draft to take him, and they could have drafted Mac Jones with the 3rd overall pick Not saying that Mac Jones would have been lights out.
Exactly. And remember this, and Champ will tell you this. Atlanta was going to draft him. Reports are Atlanta was going to draft him. San Francisco traded up to get in front of Atlanta to draft Trey Lance. That's why Atlanta ultimately went Kyle Pitts, because Atlanta was going to take him. Atlanta take Trey Lance to replace Matt Ryan, but they ultimately went with Kyle Pitts because, hey, okay, our guy's gone. Let's give Matt Ryan another target. Let's see what we can do. And then ultimately the Julio Jones trade happened, and that's another conversation. We'll go. That's but yeah, I think a lot of it is definitely the Trey Lance thing, because he came in with a lot of hype, but he just wasn't a fit for that offense. And Brock Purdy just came in and really took that offense by the horns. Now, granted, say what you want. Did he have the Avengers on that squad? Absolutely. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you still have to play the quarterback position. You still have to operate. You still have to run that scheme to the best of your ability. And let's face it, the first time Philadelphia Eagles got to the Super Bowl, you could make the claim if Brock Purdy was healthy, San Francisco's going into Philly and beating them. You could make the claim. Because, San Francisco's basically playing that full NFC Championship game winner, running Wildcat with Christian McCaffrey, because Brock Purdy didn't have no right arm. So,
And not to mention Brock Purdy in that Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs, it wasn't him. The reason as they lost.
It wasn't his fault they lost. It wasn't his fault they lost.
No, what was the reason? Kyle Shanahan yet again decided not to run the football. This is the third consecutive time we've seen him pass up on running the football in the Super Bowl. Sorry to bring that up, y'all, because I know, but
man, bro, we're numb. We're numb to Super Bowl 51 at this point. I don't even worry about it anymore. I'm so numb to that now.
But Purdy deserved the money because, again, with the market, I think the 49ers feel like, well, you know what? We're not going to get any of these top quarterbacks anytime soon. We might as well just go forward with Brock Purdy. And in fairness to him, he has had playoff success. We tried years ago with Trey Lance, and that didn't work out. And we saw Trey Lance. Hey, he got traded to Dallas in exchange for a 4th-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Still hasn't worked out. Still has not worked out with Trey Lance. So for me, if I'm San Francisco and if I'm Kyle Shanahan and I'm thinking about my offense, I have no other choice but to have Brock Purdy on the roster. And shout out to What's on Your Mind, name a better trio of fellas. I'll wait. Look, you got to keep Brock Purdy. Again, the money. I know a lot of people on the group chat, they're not high on Brock Purdy. I like Brock Purdy's accuracy. I think Brock Purdy doesn't have the strongest arm, but it's okay. But I think for him, as long as you don't ask too much on his plate, I think he'll be fine. He'll be good enough. And that's the thing. Look, the Eagles, they paid Jalen Hurts all that money, but rightfully so, because, again, they needed to find someone to move on from Carson Wentz. Jalen Hurts became that guy for them. Do I think Jalen Hurts is an elite quarterback? No. I think at best he's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. But I believe he's a good enough quarterback that you can win a Super Bowl with. And I think Brock Purdy can be that for San Francisco. Kyle Shanahan, his problem comes Super Bowl time. Not only with not running the football, also he forgot the new overtime rules. Because even Patrick Mahomes in that Super Bowl, they were kind of shocked that the 49ers decided to receive the ball first. Remember, cluelessness on Kyle Shanahan's part. But you had to sign Brock Purdy because, well, we're a good enough team. We're not that great of a team as we used to be, but we're a good enough team not to get any of these top quarterbacks, because you look at next year's quarterback class. Drew Allar, Arch Manning is probably going to stay for another couple of years in Texas. So, interesting quarterback class heading into 2026. So, I don't think San Francisco was going to get any of these quarterbacks. Let's just keep Purdy for now. He has experience. Guys respect him. He fits Kyle Shanahan's offense. Just leave it at that. What are your thoughts, champ?
Look, people keep always bringing up the Avengers, the Avengers, the Avengers. Lamar Jackson had the Avengers too. Has he won anything? Wait.
No.
I mean,
Brock Purdy is not Lamar Jackson.
Huh?
I get what you're saying, but he is not Lamar Jackson.
No. The thing is, excuse me, you can have the Avengers on your team, and in the great words of Loki, you can have a Hulk. But if you don't, but it's up to you as a quarterback in order to win the games. Lamar has not done that. When you look down there at Florida, I mean, on the offensive side of the ball, Tua has a plethora of weapons. Running backs, he has the wide receiver core, hasn't done anything with it. They got to the playoff and he stuck the joint up. So there's a lot of guys that have the Avengers on their team, but can't necessarily lead them to a Super Bowl and within an eyelash of winning. That's how come I always say when it comes to Jalen Hurts, yeah, you can give him the Avengers, but how many quarterbacks have we seen have the Avengers and still don't win with them? That's just my mentality. He's proven that he can win with these guys. And if it wasn't for his coach, who, for whatever reason, don't like to run the ball, when in reality, running the ball is the strength of the zone blocking West Coast offense. Like I've said before, that zone blocking offense turns mediocre running backs into good running backs into great running backs, and great running backs into Hall of Famers instantly when you play in that offense. If you don't believe it, look at all of the 1,000-yard rushers that Denver had after Terrell Davis. That's tailor-made for the running game. So for some reason, Kyle Shanahan doesn't like to run the ball, although the zone blocking scheme is tailor-made for it. I will never figure that out. But look, John Lynch is one hell of a general manager.
He is.
I don't think people is looking at him as an X factor. He's going to find a way to infuse that team with talent. He's going to find a way to get them to where they need to be. They already have a solid nucleus ready to replace the ones they already lost. Guess what? Although they don't have Deebo Samuels anymore, hey, Jennings he's already ready to step up. Ricky Pearsall, if it had not been for the Pew Pew incident, then guess what? We may see more of him. They still have Brandon Ayuk. Then, not to mention, people ain't even talking about it. They just re-signed George Kittle, who just had an all-pro season last year.
And hoping if Christian McCaffrey stays healthy.
Even if he doesn't stay healthy, you saw what they did with the running back by committee system that they did.
With Mason, yeah.
Yes, although he's gone, you saw, like I said, that system makes good running backs into excellent running backs, and you saw it. And then the only thing that I'm really, really concerned about is them losing Dre Greenlaw, although he's hurt already. But I'm really concerned about the defense and them losing Dre Greenlaw. He was one of the hearts and soul of that defense. But yeah, I mean, the 49ers are an excellent franchise. John Lynch is going to find a way to infuse that team with talent at all costs. And guess what? They're going to be able to retool and go forward with their talent. Really, if you really want me to be honest with you, I like the Seahawks, but I don't think they have to worry about them as much as this year. I don't think they have to worry about them that much this year. I don't really think. And then the thing is,
I think the Cardinals. That's the team you should probably look at.
The jury is still out on them. I'm just being honest, because Kyler Murray, he was fully healthy this year, and a few collapses here and there. So the jury's still out. The only team. Oh my bad! I didn't interrupt.
No, go ahead, champ. That's all good.
The only team that I'm really worried about in the NFC West,
obviously Los Angeles,
is them St. Louis. Is them Los Angeles Rams. That's the only team I'm really worried about. The jury is still out on Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. The jury is still out right now on how good that the Seattle Seahawks are going to be doing. Hell, they just lost their starting quarterback, and you saw how bad that Sam Darnold stunk to join up. And people are getting. And I don't think people understand this. People are giving him this big number on this contract. He could very well look. People are giving him this big number on his contract. People don't even realize that that's a 1-year deal. That's a 1-year deal that Sam Darnold is on, and they drafted, ironically, in the 3rd round, Jalen Milroe. Who's the last quarterback? Remember what happened the last time they paid a quarterback in free agency, and they drafted another guy in the 3rd round? What happened? Oh yeah, Matt Flynn was supposed to be the guy in Seattle when Pete Carroll first got there. They drafted Russell in the 3rd round. Scrambling quarterback, quite like Jalen Milroe. A lot of raw talent, they said. End up winning the Super Bowl, going to another one. End up having an MVP caliber season right before he left. So this is just a 1-year deal that Sam Darnold is on. And you saw, and many people would say, Sam Darnold got exposed during that playoff game that they played. So this is basically a 1-year experiment to see what he's going to do. So it's really year to year. So the jury's out on Sam Darnold. The jury's out on whether Kyler Murray and this offense and the Arizona Cardinals are really going to get it together. The only team you're really, really worried about at this point that is going to really be a threat is the St. Louis Rams, the Los Angeles Rams. So what am I really worried about at this point?
The reason why you say the Rams, champ, is because obviously the season that they've had, obviously they have the best coach, not just in that division, but arguably in the NFC in Sean McVay. They were that close to beating the Philadelphia Eagles in the divisional round. Matthew Stafford, your Georgia Bulldog, as well as BRF, is still staying there. They just acquired Devontae Adams in free agency, so pair him up with Puka Nacua. They got Kieran Williams. But Arizona, I did like what they've done. They re-signed Trey McBride. He's still going to be there, one of the better young tight ends in the NFL. I did like the addition of Josh Sweat. So I think for Arizona, remember, they were competitive last year. They missed the opportunity to make the playoffs. We got to wait and see with Kyler Murray. I still believe Kyler Murray is a talented quarterback. But you and I, we've had discussions about Kyler in terms of his work ethic. I mean, as long as he's on Call of Duty, his record is great when Call of Duty is out or when he's playing Call of Duty. My thing is with the San Francisco 49ers, but back to Purdy, I have no problem with it. And I think the Trey Lance example is the example why they decided to say, no, we're not going to go and make a big splash and go for a high quarterback. We're going to go with the guy that we have right now. Remember, before Brock Purdy, they had Jimmy Garoppolo. They went to a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. They went to an NFC Championship game with Jimmy Garoppolo. So you've done it with less tier quarterbacks if you're Kyle Shanahan. The best one you've had was, of course, Matt Ryan. So I think with Brock Purdy, I think you'll be fine. You'll still be competitive. Brock Purdy's had success in the playoffs. I think for San Francisco, they'll be okay. And also with the contract, they can reconstruct his contracts. As I mentioned, Chip, you've seen Cleveland with Deshaun Watson after they gave him $230 million guaranteed. You saw with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, they got their contracts. Dak was paid as the highest paid player in the NFL. They had to restructure their contracts. So I think San Francisco signing Brock Purdy, I'm not mad with it. Because, A, we don't want to waste so much time trying to get a quarterback in the draft. Let's just have the one that we have. We went far with him. So let's just continue. And I've said before of Brock Purdy the same way I said with Jalen Hurts. He's a good enough quarterback that he may not necessarily win it for you, but you could win it with him. And a franchise would be good enough to have a Brock Purdy as long as you put him under the right situation, the right circumstances. I still don't have him as elite, but I think he'll be just fine. That's all. And remember, Brock Purdy, when they went to the Super Bowl, he was in the conversations for the MVP. Let's not forget that.
Yes, he was. And like I said, you got to stick with what your guns is. I mean, there's not that last, and I think they're to your point, PSD. They're looking at the risk that they took with Trey Lance when they just risked it all and just traded up in order to get him. It's like, do we really want to repeat this process and do this again next year, even with an Archie Manning, even with a Drew LR? These guys might not be what we think they are. So, hey, let's just stick with what we have, especially with this team and the chemistry that the team already has.
Now with Trey Lance, though, he only had 1 year of eligibility, 1 year as a starter, but then that was about it. He didn't play in 2020 because obviously, of course, COVID. So I think San Francisco will be just fine. And before we move on, it's official, folks. The New York Knicks have now advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals. They beat the Boston Celtics 119-81. Big ups to the New York Knicks. Congratulations for them. Can't wait for the Pacers Knicks Eastern Conference Finals. But fellas, the schedule, NFL schedule. What are your thoughts about the NFL schedule, particularly the season opener between the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles? Champ, you talked about the Dallas Cowboys, and I told you before, man, I don't like the Dallas Cowboys having the season opener against the Philadelphia Eagles. No, I'm being straight honest. Here's why.
You always been
Number one, I get it that it's Dallas. Whether we like it or not, they are still America's team. They're still the most marketable, lucrative team, not just in football, but in all of sports. The ratings, the revenue, the money, everything that comes along with the Dallas Cowboys. I also understand it's their arch rival, the Philadelphia Eagles. However, I would like to see somebody else face the Philadelphia Eagles. And I feel, and yes, Dallas Cowboys, they've made a lot of news in the offseason. Of course, the George Pickens trade. Now that they added another number 2 wide receiver for Dak Prescott. Now, whether Dallas or Pittsburgh who won the trade, to me, I still think Pittsburgh won that trade, because if you kept him in Pittsburgh with DK Metcalf, two emotional guys, champ, and plus we talked about Aaron Rodgers, whether they're going to bring in Aaron Rodgers, all hell's going to break loose. So him in Dallas, yeah, they have another number 2 wide receiver, but George Pickens is not known for running routes as precise, not running precise routes. I mean, he's a big physical guy. He can make excellent catches over DBs. But as far as the route running is concerned, I'm not really all that impressed with. You look at Dak Prescott. Last year, he missed most of the season because of the hamstring injury. He got his contract again. So what type of Dak Prescott we are going to see? Micah Parsons. He's from Pennsylvania. After all, he played football at the University of Penn State. And he's going to get his money eventually. So I believe with the Dallas Cowboys, and also too, let's not forget, new head coach Mike McCarthy's no longer there anymore. Why is it that Brian Schottenheimer is the head coach? Well, because the Cowboys and Mike McCarthy failed to reach a deal. Now with Brian Schottenheimer as the head coach, he was the former offensive coordinator for the Cowboys. Jerry, it's obvious. I'm sorry to Brian Schottenheimer, but he's going to use you as a puppet. He did it with Jason Garrett, and he did it with Mike McCarthy. What difference would it make if he put it on Brian Schottenheimer? The thing I don't like about it, champ, is once again, Dallas Cowboys getting the attention. And again, it should be about winning. I would love to see the Eagles face the Rams or the Commanders. Fine, the Commanders. Okay, they were awful in the NFC Championship game. They got blown out by the Philadelphia Eagles. Let me remind folks that the Commanders, it was their first time since 1991 they made it to the conference championship game with a rookie quarterback, 30th in the NFL in stopping the run. You were playing with house money. You've never been in a stage of that magnitude since 1991. You look at Washington. Have they not made some moves in the offseason? not just with the Deebo Samuel trade, but they also got in Laramie Tunsil. As you said it before, champ, quarterback cannot throw behind his back. They also added the offensive line from Oregon. They've had a really solid draft class. You look at the Rams. That was the team of all the teams that the Eagles faced come postseason that gave the Eagles the toughest test. So imagine in the season opener, and again, Matthew Stafford doesn't have the greatest record in the world when it comes to rain or snow. Imagine if he played in good weather against the Eagles in the season opener. So I feel like there are other teams that could have been taken into consideration for the season opener, champ. With the Dallas Cowboys, and I've said it and I'll say it before, man, at some point in time, we're going to have to stop rewarding mediocrity. And look at the fact that Jerry, it's been 30 years now. You're still going to continuously hire head coaches that you like, and you're going to use them as a puppet. And again, I'm sorry to Mama Champ, Mama Champ, and also Sisters Champ, but them Dallas Cowboys, they still getting their attention. And the thing is, Champ, what's so ironic, all three of the teams, the Eagles, the Giants, and the Commanders, all three of them have been to an NFC Championship game recently than the Cowboys. And the 2/3 of their teams, the Eagles and the Giants, have won Super Bowls, multiple Super Bowls in the 21st century.
Yeah. At the end of the day, man, look, I compare. Look, I am not a Dallas Cowboy fan. I love Mom. I watch the Cowboys, so she won't have to watch them every single Sunday. So every single Sunday, yeah. Because at one point she was getting mad as hell at the Cowboys. It's a long story. So now I watch them, so she doesn't have to because she has to work on Sunday. So I watch Cowboys. So when the Falcons on, I got to keep that game on my computer so I can watch, see what's going on. And when the game go off, I got to call her and tell her, hey, y'all won today. And when she wins, you can hear her scream on the phone. When they lose, she say, oh, you know what? And then she hangs up the phone. So it's out to Mom. Look, it's not a look. At the end of the day, do I like the Cowboys? No, indeed not. Do I feel the same way as you do, PSP? Yes, I do. Do it? Should the attention go on someone else? Yes. But
I understand, champ, why they're gonna get it.
Yeah, it's all about look. When you trout Kim Kardashian out to a fashion show, it's gonna sell, and that's what it is. You have to put what sells on television. And right now, look, everybody is hyped. You can bet. Look, I hate to say this, but look, if the Dallas Cowboys go 4-0 to start the season, you're gonna start hearing about we them boys. Now, like I said earlier, it's already been a big year for Dallas. They had one of the best drafts in the NFL, whether we like it or not. Then you turn around and you grab George Pickens to go out. I mean, people was expecting you to go get Amari Cooper, go get one of these utility receivers. No, you turn around and get a superstar in the form of George Pickens to pair along with CeeDee Lamb to an already solid receiving core. So here's what's going to start. Oh my God, Super Bowl aspirations. Even though we know you're going to get to like the first or second round and it's going to be a dud, but it's going to start something. It's going to start something. So the thing is, of course, as a person who is a football savant, do I agree? Put the Commanders on TV with the Philadelphia Eagles. Do I agree? Yes, indeed, wholeheartedly. But as a businessman, look, business is always good when you try out the star attraction. And the star attraction of the NFL, unfortunately, is the Dallas Cowboys. And guess what? With them making the moves that they made during the offseason, not to mention I have made the campaign for them to call up Cleveland and get my Georgia Bulldog, Nick Chubb, from them to see what they can do along with the two backs that they've already drafted. I have made that campaign to say, hey, go get Nick Chubb while you at it to show everybody that because you don't really have a lot of running backs at your disposal at this point, except the two that you drafted. But yeah, it's gonna start a conversation. And guess what? Everybody, look, Don't let the Dallas Cowboys beat the Philadelphia Eagles on that opening game. Or like I said, don't let them go 4-0 during the course of the season, especially if Dak is playing lights out. Because everybody's going to start saying we them boys once again. You're going to start hearing about shades of Alvin Harper and Michael Irvin. You're going to start hearing it. And so, yeah, it's like I said, the attraction is always going to win out. Yes, I always say this. The other girl that you might choose might be better. But guess what? That arm candy is always going to get the most attention. You might like Lizzo, and she looks great. But when you go to a party with Kim Kardashian, that's going to automatically bring eyeballs to you and her. Because they're going to want to know who you are, not to mention why she here with you. That effect may not have the same thing if you are with Lizzo or even Jill Scott, which I love Jill Scott, by the way. Shout out to you. But that might not have that effect. That paparazzi effect may not be the same if you are with a Jill Scott or a Lizzo. It may not be the same. But when you try it out with Kim Kardashian, who is the Dallas Cowboys, because they are the Kardashians of the NFL with all the drama, all the paparazzi, with Jerry Jones being the Caitlyn Jenner,
Kris Jenner.
The Kris Jenner that he is, always wanting the attention. He's gonna be. It's the attraction. They are the star attraction of the NFL, and that's who you're gonna try it out. Like I said, in every fashion show, you're gonna try out Kim Kardashian. Why? She's an attraction. She's an attractive woman. Like I said. Would I take Jill Scott or Lizzo over her? Of course I would. Me being the man I am, yes. But guess what? If you walk into that party with a Kardashian, that being the Dallas Cowboys, it's going to automatically draw eyebrows, especially when you bring in a player as volatile and as talented as a George Pickens to pair him with an all-pro who nearly won a Triple Crown championship like a CD Lamb. It's going to bring some eyebrows. So, yeah, look, people are already starting to say, hey, I received a quote with George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. That's on par with the Philadelphia Eagles. All we need is a running game. And don't let them get Nick Chubbs and him start running like a deer through the backwoods of Georgia. Don't let them get him, and then he gets like 400 yards during the first two games. You're going to start hearing, now we evenly matched with the Eagles. We can surpass y'all. That's what gets conversations going.
Not to mention, Chip, you forgot something.
Yeah.
This could also elevate Brian Schottenheimer for Coach of the Year if the Cowboys actually make a run.
Yeah, and
because again,
Brian Schottenheimer. Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead.
Brian Schottenheimer brought out the best in that offense. When you talk about the New York Jets with that Mark Sanchez offense, he brought out the best in that team. So that team was I think it was top 10 offense when he was there. So, and that's with them running, and that's what put them running the ball.
Yeah, so, they had Thomas Jones, and they also had Sean Green.
Sean Green, Thomas, yeah. So, yeah, he was able to bring the best out. So he ain't no spring chicken. Not to mention, look, you know who his dad is, right?
We all know Marty Schottenheimer.
So guess what? Although he's not a big name coach, neither was his father at the beginning. But he has that coaching pedigree because he is a Schottenheimer and he's a hell of a coach. And he's an offensive-minded coach as well. He's not a defensive-minded coach that his old man was. God rest Marty Schottenheimer's soul. So, and with this offense, you're going to see a lot of wide open things with this offense. And like I said, this game right here, Philadelphia Eagles versus the Dallas Cowboys, it's going to get the hot take going on these sports shows. It's going to get us to talking when it comes around, especially if Dallas Cowboys is to go out there and blow them out, which I doubt would happen. It's going to get a lot of conversations going as far as early reactions are going, and that's what the NFL is hoping for. Them, the defending champions, going up against their division rivals after they've just had one of the best off seasons in the NFL, outside of maybe my Atlanta Falcons and the Baltimore Ravens. And if they go out there and beat the Philadelphia Eagles the first game, and that's a huge if, it's going to get conversations to talking. It's going to get everybody's ears running. And it's going to get people all over the world. Oh, Super Bowl. We just beat the Super Bowl champions. I think we done caught up to them now. That's what get conversation. It's more to get a conversation started more than anything. It's kind of like, it's kind of like you bringing that one guy to a party knowing he finna start some crap. I bought him here for him to make a spectacle of himself, because I know it's going to get people to talking. That's what the NFL does with the Dallas Cowboys. Whether they're good or bad, they're going to get somebody to talking. So guess what? And it's not really, and the thing is, that regular season game, nothing that they do in the regular season is really going to matter until they reach the playoffs and prove that they can get past the second round. So this is just a conversation starter that we're having with the Eagles and the Cowboys at the beginning. It's just to get, they put them out there purposely to get conversation started, to just bring in football with a bang. And
in other words, it's orchestrated for hot takes.
Yes. Why wouldn't I do that? I'm a businessman. Why wouldn't I do that? It's gonna get Stephen A. to talking about them boys. It's gonna bring the celebrities out talking about them boys. What y'all gonna do this year now that y'all got George Pickens? Y'all just had a hell of a draft. And like I said, I'm hoping that they go get Nick Chubb just so he can prove I can come back from that injury once again.
But what if the Dallas Cowboys champ struggle? And what if Jerry Jones still continuously does Jerry Jones things, which is telling people, hey, the buck stops with me? Do you really think, even though he's Brian Schottenheimer, the son of Mark Schottenheimer, do you really think Jerry Jones is going to allow him to do his job? Because that's the thing with Jerry.
Yeah, but the thing is, even if they struggle, it's a conversation starter. The thing is, no matter what goes on in the media with the Dallas Cowboys, whether they suck or whether they are good, we're going to talk about them.
I get that, Jeff, because America's team. I mean, they're not just any team; they're America's team.
Yeah, and like I said, that Jerry factor as well. I mean, guess what? That Jerry factor as well. So
press conferences.
It's gonna get look. I did, like I said, if I was the NFL, I did this. Excuse me, saying it. I did this just to start some shit. I did this just to start some shit. I'm going to put the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles, the defending champions, versus their division rival, knowing they just had one of the greatest off seasons probably in their history. And then I'm going to trot them out there with George Pickens, and everybody's going to start talking. Everybody already started running their mouths about Super Bowl aspirations. Guess what? I got my viewership right where I want. And if a lot more leagues did this, then they would be wonderful. I campaign for the WNBA to do that. Put your star attractions on and make sure they stay on. And guess what? It's going to attract a lot of viewers. I did this just to start something. All them hot takes that we talk about, all these Super Bowl aspirations, them being America's team, is this the year for Dak? Is it do or die for Dak? Is it do or die for Brian Schottenheimer? Is it now or never for this team? All that is going to start immediately after that game is over, if it doesn't start before the season starts. And we finna hear all of it. And the craziest thing about it, we got like 2 months and 15 days before that start happening, because the preseason starts on July the 31st. We ain't got long before those conversations start. So people are going to start talking about that almost immediately. And quite frankly, I'm here for it as a fan and a businessman. Try them on out there. Get everybody talking. Let's do it. Because when they get blown out, we're going to still be talking about them.
No, this is what now I'm noticing from Chet. He's becoming like the NFL version of Don King. He just wants to promote only in America. Only in America.
Hey, I used to look, shout out to my guy, C. Reed, C100, my best friend back home, him and Calvin. I used to promote clubs. And the thing is, it's all about.
I don't blame you, Chip.
I used to promote clubs with my guys. We used to go out, pass out flyers. But guess what? You have to look, when you have a star attraction, like a Dallas Cowboys, where that star on your helmet is going to attract so many viewers, And like I said, now that you have a George Pickens, all of these talks about Super Bowl aspirations, it being now that Dak has no excuses. Because you got to think about this. What if they get this team together and they go 5-12? Are they talking about getting Drew Allard next year? Are they talking about getting Archie Manning next year? Because the thing is, hey, I know it's early, but the thing is, if they go 5-12 this year, even with George Pickens at the helm, Archie Manning, the big Archie Manning, I will say, the big man himself already said, I'd love to see him at the Cowboys. And he's already in Texas. They already got national championship and Heisman aspiration for him in Texas. One of the most storied college football programs in the league. You don't think that's going to get anything started about how Dak is on borrowed time in Dallas? It's so many conversations that are going to come from that one game alone. It's so many. And guess what? Like I said, I'm all for it. Let's promote the product. Then the thing is, unlike football, unlike every other sport, football pretty much sells itself because of the superstars that it has and the hot takes that guys like you yourself make, PSP, guys like, BRF makes. Because guess what? We're going to put the verdict out probably before some of these major stations is. And we're going to put the verdict out. And by the time they catch up with what we're saying, now the masses are gonna catch up. It's gonna get so much stuff started in just 1 week. Is that, and like I said, your star attraction when your star attraction, like a Dallas team, has that power, that star power, and has the superstars now to bring that kind of news, why not trot them on out, man? Like I said, you're gonna get a lot of attention if you bring Jill Scott into that room, of course, but you're gonna get a hell of a lot more if you bring Kim Kardashian in there. And that's just the bottom line.
BRF.
Okay, so let me just say, all right, Champ make a lot of good points because I mean Dallas Cowboys are a conversation starter. I mean that's what they are. They are like, I don't know. They're like for some reason they're like the headline. It's just like it doesn't matter how good they're doing. It doesn't matter whether they're a good team, bad team. It really doesn't matter. They're always in the midst of everything. And I mean, they've had a great off season. I mean, they got George Pickens. They had a heck of a draft. But let me tell you something. The way I feel about the Dallas Cowboys, in the words of Stephen A. Smith, we do not care. We don't care. Like I don't care. I don't care. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, who you stopping? I mean, who are you still stopping on the defensive side of the ball? Who you stopping? That's all I want to know. Because I mean, last year you could barely stop a nosebleed. You didn't really do a whole lot to improve the defense. So, in my opinion, I still don't think you're really going to be able to stop too much coming into this year. There's a clip that's going around of I think it was like that trip. It was like that Dubai trip. It was like Michael Parsons and Bijan Robinson and Justin Fields, and I think it was Kyle Pitts. And there's video
In
going
Dubai?
around. It's like, yeah, in Dubai, yeah. Michael Parsons is holding the Falcon, and he's rubbing the Falcons, and Bijan Robinson is like standing right there. And Michael Parsons tried to get slick. He's like, owning the Falcons as always. And then Bijan Robinson being the absolute king that he is. So what was the score like this year? And then they showed the clip. They showed the little screen, the little Google score. Falcons beat them this year. And Michael Parsons was like, well, I didn't play. And Bijan said one of the greatest lines. He said, it wouldn't have mattered. You just would have been a guy out there having fun. That's pretty much what it boiled down to. Until the Dallas Cowboys actually show me something and show that they're going to contend and want us to take them seriously, I don't give a half a damn. I just don't. I don't. I've barely given a quarter damn about the Dallas Cowboys the last couple of seasons because it's like they show up in spurts, but when it really matters, they shrivel like prunes when it matters. So I don't care. I do not care. I am one of those. I don't care. Yes, I get they're a conversation starter. I get they are one of those teams that are going to find themselves as the talk of the league. But guess what? You know what? I'm one of those that are like, if we can have shows without talking about the Dallas Cowboys, I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to whine. I'm not going to moan. If anything, bro, if we had shows not talking about the Dallas Cowboys, PSP, if I had some decent run on homeboy, I'd drink with you in celebration. If we had shows not talking about the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't care.
Only when they're
I
relevant.
do not care. Oh,
When they're relevant,
exactly. Like when they do something, if they start like 5-2 this season, okay, we can talk business. We can have a conversation. But if they start like 2-5, don't hit me with this. Oh my gosh, is it do or die for Dak Prescott? What are the Cowboys gonna do? What does this mean for Brian Schottenheimer? I don't give a damn. I mean, what? Okay, like this has pretty much been the norm as of late. Oh my gosh, y'all coming up with all these news stories like it's supposed to mean something. I don't care. It's the Dallas Cowboys.
and they better be
Good
careful
gracious.
because again, Washington. Even though Dallas Cowboys champ, you mentioned that they've had a heck of an offseason. Let's not discount Washington and let's not discount the New York Giants. So with Dallas,
I'm discounting the Dallas Cowboys more than the other two teams. I don't care. I don't care. I'm sick of talking about them. It's like Dallas Cowboys this and Dallas Cowboy that, and I'm like bruh, like win
we know
something.
they're gonna get the
Like,
attention. Well, we know they're gonna get the attention because after all, America's team. Actually, they're second in the NFL as far as nationally televised games. Kansas City, they have the most, I think, with 7. Dallas has 6.
And you know what they're first in? They are first in lack of NFC Championship game appearances since 1996.
I just mentioned that BRF. I just said all 3 of the teams in the NFC East have recently made it to a conference championship game. But I can also understand from Champ's standpoint. Champ understands where I'm coming from. Yes, there should have been other teams that may not have the name, the brand like the Dallas Cowboys have, but deserve to be in the conversation based on meritocracy. But Champ is looking at it from a business standpoint. Yes, he mentioned Kim Kardashian. You can mention Beyonce, even though there are other singers that I want to listen to that may not be the big names, but at the same time, it starts and it ends with the huge money makers. Whether if it's a Kim Kardashian, a Beyonce, whoever you can possibly think of, it starts and ends with them. Go ahead, BR.
And no, I just want to say that NFC stat, the NFC East stat about the teams making it. That's not even my favorite NFC Championship game stat since 1996. Every NFC team, not just East, every NFC conference team has been to at least one NFC Championship game, except the Dallas Cowboys since 1996.
Wow,
Every NFC team, that's every team in the NFC West, every team in the South, every team in the North, every team in the East except the Dallas Cowboys have all been to at least one NFC Championship game since the last time the Dallas Cowboys have been. It's like you bring up the Kim Kardashian thing, and it's like, and I get where you coming from. It's like, we're gonna look at the eye candy. You know how I treat it as? You see the couple coming up in the club, and it's somebody, and it's Kim Kardashian, and they having fun at the moment. But you know what? In the back of your mind, everybody in the back talking, how long they gonna make it? How long they gonna last? That would be the Dallas Cowboys if they started 3-1. Is this really gonna last? Are they really gonna keep this going? Is this for real? Are they for real? That's how I would look at a relationship right now with Kim Kardashian. Are they for real? Like, are they really gonna last that long? Like, should we really take them serious? That's where I'm at with the Dallas Cowboys. Like, if they start off good And it's not just the offense clicking. I want to see what the defense does. I want to see if the defense can get pass rush outside of Micah Parsons. I want to see if Trayvon Diggs is gonna, when he gets back, is gonna be more than a one season wonder, which right now is pretty much what he is a one season wonder that year with the 11 interceptions. He's a one season wonder. Granted, they got the what's the I can't think of the young linebacker's name, but he's like a stud. Like he really came into his own like the last few games of last season. So maybe they might have something with him, but it's like you gotta show me some consistency. If we gonna be talking about you and we're gonna like your name coming out of our mouths without feeling like we're gonna throw up saying the Dallas Cowboys, you got to show me something. Like, you got to be consistent on offense, and you got to actually have to show me that you're not a front running defense, that you can actually stop people when the games are close, and not just being able to get pass rush and get to the quarterback when it's 35-10 and the other team has no choice but to throw the ball, and then the Dallas Cowboys can just pin their ears back and rush the quarterback because they know at the end of the day they don't have to worry about playing the run. They can just worry about getting to the quarterback because we know they can't stop the run to save their life. So I need consistency from them if they're going to warrant us talking about them consistently and being a relevant franchise. Do more for me than just be the marquee on the poster saying that you got the marquee game this week, because I don't give a damn about your marquee game if you're gonna get blow out like the Thursday night game. Philadelphia Eagles take them boy behind the woodshed. I'm just gonna be looking at it like, yeah, like y'all didn't see this coming. This is Dallas Cowboys this is Dallas Cowboys we talking about. They look like Tarzan and they look like Tarzan and they play like Jane. This is the Dallas Cowboys. Here's what we talking about.
But people would love to see that, BRF, because again, when they see the Dallas Cowboys with their mishaps or whatever, we want to talk about it. Heck, Chip, BRF, and we want to laugh at the Dallas Cowboys when they screwing it up.
I mean, yes, absolutely. We definitely do want to laugh at them. But it's like, it's sad that they've been reduced to that because they are a storied franchise. And it's just sad that they've been reduced to that. But you know what? It's their own doing.
Jerry. But that's Jerry. Exactly. I've said it before. The worst thing that ever happened to the Dallas Cowboys, and Champ, I've been consistent on this. When they fired Jimmy Johnson and they won the Super Bowl with Barry Switzer. That gave Jerry the validation. That gave Jerry the validation. I don't need a great head coach. I don't need a great GM. I can do things my way. And if you don't like it, there's the door. And he has been doing it for 30 years now, almost 30 years now, and still no conference championship appearances. Forget winning a Super Bowl or going to a Super Bowl, not even one conference championship game. And they've had numerous chances to at least get to multiple. So that's the thing. I mean, with Jerry's going to have to figure out what he's going to have to do. BRF will be right back. He said you got to take care of some stuff. But, Champ, is there anything on the schedule from the NFL schedule that you kind of liked?
Number one, the Atlanta Falcons had the best NFL schedule reveal with the Mario Kart deal. That is that was amazing. I think the whole Mario Kart situation was great. Look, one thing that I'm excited to see, I'm excited to see the Atlanta Falcons and what Michael Penix Jr. is going to do throughout the entire season. Not just the schedule, but throughout the entire season. And I have to be honest with you, I'm excited to see what Justin Herbert is going to do and how they're going to capitalize off that playoff season that they had last year. Because people are not only going to be talking about Dak, but they're also going to be talking about him as well. Because if you're supposed to be a top 5 quarterback in this league, then, you got to show it. Not like that game that you had, in the playoffs. So it's not just the schedule that I'm excited about. I'm excited to see what the new school players are going to end up doing. Michael Penix Jr. I'm excited to see if Jackson Dart is going to be the starting quarterback at week 1. Not to mention, I think one of the biggest injustices is that the Cleveland Browns nor the New York Giants have no primetime game. You know, to not see the number one
Cleveland, New
overall.
Orleans, and Tennessee.
Yeah. So Cleveland, New Orleans. I don't blame them for New Orleans because Derek Carr just got
And
just
we
retired due to the injuries, but to not see the first overall pick play in a primetime game to see what he can do up under the lights, that's an injustice. And to not see what Shedeur Sanders or whoever ends up being the star quarterback of the Cleveland Browns is going to do with that already good team up under the lights. They had a hell of a draft, by the way. To not see what they're going to do up under the lights is asinine as well. So there's a few things I'm excited about. It's not one game in particular, but it's just the season overall that I'm excited to see.
Washington, they got some more primetime games. Very happy about that. It seems to me Cam Ward has been an afterthought, champ, because we constantly talk about Ashton Genty. We talk about Shedeur Sanders. We talk about Shiloh Sanders. But Cam Ward, I mean, the number one overall pick, not even one primetime game. So pretty unfortunate in that regard. Cleveland, I am kind of surprised that not one for Cleveland, because sooner or later you're gonna see Shedeur Sanders play, because Deshaun Watson's out for the rest of the season because of the Achilles. Joe Flacco's there, but only how long is he going to be the starting quarterback? And people want to see Shedeur Sanders. Like us, we want to see Shedeur Sanders succeed, but there are others who do want to see Shedeur Sanders fail. And with New Orleans, and speaking of New Orleans, let's talk about Derek Carr. After 11 years in the NFL, Derek Carr has officially decided to end his career, to hang him up for good. Made $205 million throughout his NFL career. Unfortunately for him, he's going to have to forego the $30 billion guaranteed that he was supposed to get from the Saints this year. The Saints, they're not going to do anything regarding the $10 million. Correct me if I'm wrong, champ.
Yeah, they're not going to do anything with the $10 million. He's going to have to forego that $30 million, but they're not going to try to recoup that. And I don't.
Been through a lot. I mean, obviously, I don't want to talk. Obviously, we all know
the tragedy, and his injury. So, I mean, hell, I'd have said to hell with football too. I'm just going to be honest with you. Life is more important than football.
Absolutely.
And when you go through a travesty, like I can only imagine the pain that triggers for you to just have to go through something like that, man. That's enough, and that will make you say, you know what, I've made enough money to air condition hell, so let me go ahead and let me come down here and sit down with my family because they need me now. They're now more than ever than being on the road. Now there was rumors that he was trying to get traded, but those rumors didn't have validity. There's always a story behind somebody. But yeah,
I feel bad for Derek Carr, champ, because again, early in his career with the Raiders, he was a promising young quarterback. Year 3, that was Derek Carr at his best, and then unfortunately, that leg injury that he suffered, and he was never the same since that leg injury. And you look at all the situations he went through during his time with the Raiders. I mean, obviously, the whole thing with John Gruden, which led to his departure. Of course, the Henry Ruggs third situation. And then, of course, Damon Arnett. And then he goes to New Orleans, obviously because of the money, and also Dennis Allen, who was his head coach for the Raiders at that time, and because of their relationship. And heading into the 2023 season, champ, I had the Saints winning the division because Derek Carr is the best quarterback on paper, because Bryce Young is a rookie. We love Baker Mayfield, and we're very proud of the way Baker Mayfield has played over the past couple of years in Tampa, but he's been on but he's now on his 4th team.
Yeah.
And in Atlanta, you had Taylor Heineke and Desmond Ridder, which you've often said Desmond Ridder couldn't pass gas even if you fed him refried beans. It just seemed like with Derek Carr, man, it's just bad luck. And considering what he has gone through right now with the tragedy and with the injuries, it's not worth it for me to play anymore. I've made a good amount of money. I've made over $200 million in the NFL career. I'm still going to make enough money. Life after football, I still can do a lot of other things. My family needs me. My wife needs me. My kids need me. I got more important things to address in my life. And I can't blame Derek Carr for doing what's best for him. You really can't.
You really can't. And you got to think about, look, a lot of things is because of the instability within that Oakland Raiders organization. You know, you got to think about it. In the middle of his career, they moved from Oakland to Las Vegas.
Right.
Not to mention the coach that he went to the playoffs with got fired. It was a revolving door with coaches, and that's why I'm looking this up because, you know, first really was Tom Cable, I believe. And then, you know, ironically, between Jack Del Rio was only his coach for like 2 years.
Mm-hmm. So he's never had the luxury of having a stable head coach.
Yeah, he was only his head coach for 3 years. He was only his head coach for 3 years. 3 years. So he's never had that luxury of having a good head coach, a spectacular head coach, or even a stable head coach. Then they decided that they want to try out John Gruden again, which, in my humble opinion, is one of the most overrated coaches in the history of the NFL. That's just being honest about it.
You're being truthful because, again, he had the luxury of winning that Super Bowl with that Tony Dungy defense.
Yeah, with that Tony Dungy defense, and when it was time for him to put his stamp on his own players, he did not do it. And before people say, well, you know, it takes a lot to win a Super Bowl, guess what? I use this analogy all the time. Guess what? George Seifert did that as well. He won with Bill Walsh's team in 1989. Everybody knew that was Bill Walsh's team. But years later, he won with his own team in the form of the 94 San Francisco 49ers. He won with that team. So he proved that his coaching was valid. John Gruden did not do that. He ruined Michael Clayton's career, not to mention ran Cadillac Williams into the ground. So guess what? I don't want to hear anything about John Gruden. And like I said, to be honest with you, it was really a regret type of thing with the Raiders. They was really regretting like trading him to the Tampa Bay Bucks because the draft picks that they got really didn't work out what they traded him for. And they wanted to try them back out there again and see if they could recapture that magic. And unfortunately, he didn't have that magic anymore. That magic was long gone. So yeah, he's never had a stable coach. Not to mention when they finally, the way he conducted himself throughout every last one of those coaching, throughout the coaching instability, not having a stable home, having to move all the way from Oakland to Las Vegas in the middle of your career, not having any coaching stability, not having a good front office, just the franchise just being on the rocks all the time. I think he had a very, very decent career. He was a 4-time Pro Bowler, was an MVP candidate in 2016, made the playoffs. But guess what? It's only so much instability that you can have in your career before you just say, well, damn, okay, what more can I do? It's only so much the quarterback can do. It's only so much he can do. When you have a very unstable front office, you got an unstable team, when you're switching head coaches every 3 years, when your personnel is getting in trouble, much like the whole Henry Ruggs situation, and when the coach that led you to the playoff after your head coach got fired, although he's within that club, he gets fired. And then you saw a couple years later, Antonio Pierce was brought in as coach. He gets fired just a year afterwards. Now they're bringing in Pete Carroll for the next 3 years. Do I think he's going to make it those 3 years? Yes, because he's Pete Carroll. But after that, what do you do? So it's so much instability within his career and that Oakland Raiders organization. By the time he got to New Orleans, it was just like he was on his last legs. And not to mention some injuries there as well. So, yeah, and that franchise was unstable as well. That was an unstable franchise as well. They haven't been stable since Drew Brees and Sean Payton. So yeah, there was a lot of instability in everywhere that he went. So I don't blame his shortcomings necessarily on him. Some of it has to go through those organizations. When you have an MVP caliber quarterback, which we saw what he could be, when you have those capabilities, if you put a good team around it and give him some stability, hey, we saw what he could do. But when you have coaching changes every 2 years, your owner is not stable. You're bringing in the Kim Kardashian of coaches, that being in John Gruden. Then he gets fired. Then, not to mention, you bring in the coach, your special teams coach. He leads y'all to the playoffs in the wake of all of these adverse things happening on that team. He leads you to the playoff. You don't keep him. You hire someone else. They don't get you nowhere. Then you go from there, and then you hire Antonio Pierce. Less than a year later, he's gone. Guess what? That says a lot about the franchise, not about you. Then you go to another franchise that has not been stable in a good little minute. So guess what? I don't blame all his shortcomings on him as far as Derek Carr is concerned. He had a solid career. He made a bunch of money. Unfortunately, the instability of his organization proved to be his undoing in a lot of ways.
Not to mention, Champ, during that time, didn't he have Josh McDaniels as his head coach?
Shit. Man, let me tell you something. I wouldn't hire him to look, I wouldn't hire Josh McDaniels to run my local Dairy Queen, much less be a head coach. My thing even took, stop retreading these darn head coaches that ain't proved nothing. That was what I'm glad you brought that up. They got rid of the special teams coach that helped lead them to the playoff throughout that tumultuous season. John Gruden get caught with the text messages and all that other stuff. Then you had the Henry Ruggs situation, all of that controversy. The special teams coach comes in and leads you to the playoffs. You go 9-7, and you get rid of him to go with Josh McDaniels, who had a little Spygate scandal of his own in Denver. Remember, they started 6-0. DJ Williams, Miami Hurricane, all-time great, literally proved this. We had a little Spygate of our own. When that Spygate was going on, we were 6-0. After we got found out and the team started figuring it out, guess what? Down the stretch, we went 2-8. When they stopped cheating, that's when they stopped being good. So guess what? All of this coaching instability, you fire Jack Del Rio and you bring in John Gruden. You fire John Gruden and you bring in Josh McDaniel. How in the blankety blank am I supposed to succeed? I have no direction. I have no stability. Then on top of that, you moved the franchise in the middle of my career, which rightfully so. You want to go to Las Vegas for the glitz and glamour. Fine. You couldn't get a stadium in Oakland. You've been trying to get that stadium in Oakland for the last 30 years. You was trying to get that stadium to the point where you went to Los Angeles for almost 15 years in order to get a stadium there, but you couldn't get it there. So you ended up going back to Oakland. So guess what? There's been a lot of instability with that Oakland / Las Vegas / Los Angeles franchise. It's been instability all over it. So guess what? I don't blame his shortcomings necessarily on Derek Carr. When you are rotating head coaches like cable subscriptions, you're not going to make
it. BRF, what are your thoughts about Derek Carr announcing his retirement?
I was kind of shocked, actually. I was kind of shocked because I know, like, the news that came out about his injury, and I was thinking, okay, so maybe he'll, get surgery on it and miss the season, kind of get himself right. But then just flat out announces his retirement. I'm like, dang. I mean, you, as a Falcons fan, you don't want to talk I don't necessarily want to talk too bad about the Saints, but I'm like, well, God darn, man. You suck when you force Derek Carr into retirement. You must be a trash organization. Something going on. What are you doing? And I remember at one point in time, like, there was the conversation was like, if we're like, we were comparing like fringe, top 10, top 12 quarterbacks. We were comparing him and Kirk Cousins. And I was kind of backing him because I felt like Derek Carr didn't always have like he didn't have the weapons always at his disposal the way Kirk Cousins did, like at his peak with the Minnesota Vikings. So I kind of stood with Derek Carr because he was putting up similar numbers to Kirk Cousins, but had nowhere near the receiver talent that Kirk Cousins was able to get in Minnesota. You know, he was able to get peak Adam Thielen. He was able to get, you know, early turning into peak Stephon Diggs, and then you know, the one of the biggest steals in NFL draft history, getting Justin Jefferson where you got him. I mean, just one of the greatest steals ever. So I mean, like Derek Carr has been like a pretty good quarterback for the most part in his career. Like that 2016 season, like before he got hurt, like he
That
was
was
like a legit. He was a legit MVP candidate that 2016 season. I seriously thought the Oakland Raiders had a legit shot to get to the AFC title game. The way they looked and the way they played on both sides of the ball, and then Derek Carr got hurt and just like sucked the life out of that team. They couldn't get past their first playoff game. So, like he's a good quarterback. I mean, and now I'll say this: like when it was when he finally got a team like weapons like around him, like that Devontae Adams and Josh Jacobs, and if I'm correct, he still had Darren Waller, before he started making divorce songs and all that stuff, and he still had Hunter Renfro. I mean, he had a squad, and it was like he didn't really perform up the standards with that squad. And then I heard the New Orleans Saints were acquiring him, and then everybody was kind of handing the division off to the Saints, and I kind of had to bring everybody back a little bit. I was like, yo, slow down, slow down. Derek Carr might have had one of his more underachieving seasons with a stacked offense. So let's pump the brakes a little bit. He ain't gonna have the weapons in New Orleans like he did in that 1 year, that his last year in Vegas before he left out, before he had to dip out. The only weapon he was coming into really reliability wise was Alvin Kamara. We didn't know what his skill guys were gonna be like on the outside. I mean, and they got him some weapons. And then, like I said, he was a good quarterback. He was a good quarterback. I'm not gonna sit here and say he wasn't a good quarterback. He was a good quarterback, and I was shocked. But I'm kind of with Champ on this. This speaks on what type of organization you running when you cause a guy like Derek Carr, who for the most part has seemed to be like a model citizen, model teammate, like the type of a quarterback guys will run through walls for. When you basically run him into retirement, that's kind of like you're not doing good as a franchise. I mean, you're not stable. Like something's not clicking. I mean, whatever you got going on in New Orleans is not working, and it's crazy because New Orleans is like the kings of like being above the being like however much above the salary cap, because regardless of what's going on, they find a way to pull out this invisible money that we didn't know they have, and they would go out and add some pieces and kind of bring a little excitement to the team, even though they really don't do anything with it. So it's not like they weren't trying to get in pieces, but it's just like there's a lot of instability there. There's nothing set in stone, and I kind of hate to say this, but I felt like with the direction the New Orleans Saints look to be going in right now, I hate to say it, but I think he did the right thing for his career, because the New Orleans Saints really weren't going to do anything to better him at this point in time. I mean, the front office, the executives there, they really can't be trusted at this point. They cannot be they can't be trusted. And I feel like he did what was best for him. And I don't blame him for doing what he did, because I mean, ultimately at this point, I mean, you're hurt. You're probably going to be out this season, but at the same time, if you don't trust the organization to put you in a situation to come back into a good situation, why stay? I feel like I don't, in a situation like this, I don't blame him for doing what he did if he feels like it's best for him, best for his health and his safety. And I don't blame him. I mean, it's a shame. I mean, it's a shame of what, like I said, we talk about these franchises kind of like falling into irrelevancy and obscurity. It's a shame of what the New Orleans Saints has turned into. because this franchise used to be the darlings of the NFL at one point. If you go back to like Hurricane Katrina and how that city just fought back and didn't give up and brought themselves back up, and the New Orleans Saints being that heart and soul of that, being the beacon of that city's light, and to bring that and to bring that Super Bowl championship to that city after the last 3 or 4 years of just rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, it felt like that city. It felt like a rebirth for that city. And at that point, I didn't care about being an Atlanta Falcons fan. I was happy to see New Orleans succeed because New Orleans is one of those cities that deserve to succeed and deserve to thrive. New Orleans is just one of those communities. And to see the front office and what they're doing with that franchise is just a damn shame. It's a damn shame. And
it's a great city.
And that city, exactly, that city deserves a lot better than what the New Orleans Saints are giving them right now. And this is me speaking as a Falcons fan. I'm not speaking out of biases. I'm speaking out of facts and just straight up truth. It is a shame what that front office is doing to that city with that team. They're in salary cap hell. Their quarterback situation is the worst in football. The worst in football. It's not. We can talk about the Cleveland Browns all we want to. The New Orleans Saints quarterback situation is the worst in football. Tyler Shaw, or Spencer Rattler.
And you could have drafted Shedeur Sanders.
You could have exactly.
You decided not to.
I look at the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback situation. There's more around the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback situation when it comes to the supporting cast to help them at least attempt to thrive. Same thing with the Cleveland Browns. There's enough there that whoever's going to be the quarterback there at least has some pieces there that they can thrive on. What do the New Orleans Saints really have? Alvin Kamara is still a good back. He's still a good back. Who Chris Olave can't stay healthy. Concussions galore. He can't stay healthy. Your most consistent receiving threat right now is probably Rashid Shaheed.
Yeah.
And then the defense is medium, and the defense is not that great. Cam Jordan, albeit he's still good, he's getting up there. He's getting up there in age. And it's like, what do you have to bank on? What do you have to ride with or hold on to be like, oh man, you know what? The Saints might shock some people. The Saints might make a run. The Saints, I feel like, aren't going to do a thing. Nothing. And it's that front office fault. It's a shame what they've done with that franchise. They are in such limbo. I don't know whether they coming or going. And it's a shame. It's a shame. Like, being a Falcons fan, I look forward to the Falcons-Saints rivalry every year just because we know both teams are going to be in contention for the division. And when they get on the field against each other, we know all hell is going to break loose. It's going to be fireworks, and it's going to be a fun game. I don't trust the front office there with this team anymore until they just find something to stabilize this. I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do. And that city deserves so much better than what that front office is giving them right now. It's a shame.
Well, if you're gonna do something in New Orleans, you're gonna hit up where Champ's gonna hit them daiquiris and po' boys. That's all I can tell you down in New Orleans, man. But I'm still laughing at Champ's reaction when I mentioned the Josh McDaniels one. But of all the head coaches that you hire Josh McDaniels. But again, we all knew Champ how awful he was during his time in Denver.
Josh McDaniels is Doc Rivers. Josh McDaniels is Doc Rivers without the championship. He trash.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, let's go to one of my favorite topics: babyface or heel. Now, for those who may not know what babyface heel means in wrestling terminology, babyface means good guy hero, heel means bad guy villain, tweener, someone in between babyface or heel. So I came up with a list of athletes or celebrities, and myself and BRF and Champ are going to decide whether they're babyface, heel, or tweener. First one, Ben Simmons.
Whoa. Golly. That's hard. That is hard.
I say heel.
I would say he's a tweener. The thing is,
me too. You go first, Champ. Me too.
I'll say he's a tweener, man. Ben Simmons is a tweener. You because your heart goes out to him because he just it was the Nick Anderson effect on him. It was a Nick Anderson effect all over again. He just did not want to go to the free throw line anymore. And he was doing everything he could to avoid it. He got exposed. And it's just like, and then on top of that, you add the injuries along with it, and he just got exposed. Did he handle it correctly? At times, no. Because he always talking about, I'm going to prove it this year. I'm going to prove it this year. And now I'm 37 years old, and we still looking for you to prove it. So, I mean, that's the thing. Your heart goes out to him because I believe that had he, not to mention, I believe had he worked on his game and saw where the game was going, he would have been unstoppable. Remember, they was calling him the Fresh Prince at one time. They called LeBron James the King, and they was calling him the Fresh Prince. And at one point, they was calling for LeBron James to come there and say, complete the process. It was going to be him, Joel Embiid, and LeBron. They was talking about completing the process. And people were talking about how he would have stunted the growth of Ben Simmons. So he did a lot of great things when he was on top of his game. But the thing is, when those injuries, him not working on his free throws, him not working on his three-point shot, seeing where the game was going at that point in time, and like I said, the way he handled some of those things, it makes him a tweener. Because guess what? It all started from those injuries. And it just seems like whoosh. Like I said, it was Nick Anderson all over again. Everybody knows that for Nick Anderson, the beginning of the end of his career was the 95 NBA Finals when he missed 4 straight free throws. Everybody knows that. For Ben Simmons, it was when he just did not want to go to the line. He just didn't attack the basket with the same intensity. He didn't want to go to the free throw line. And he didn't work on his game in the offseason in order to improve his three-point shot. And every year you was talking about how he was going to improve, but yet they never made it. And that was the beginning. If you really want me to be honest, ever since he left, they've been trying to hold the process together with glue and duct tape because they just been trying to recapture it. But yeah, I'd say he's a tweener, not just because he did a lot of great things when he was healthy. But when you start to decline in your health-wise, you start declining in your game, it brings out the worst in you. And I think there was injuries and him not wanting to go to the free throw line and stuff like that, him being overly passive, and people knew the reason why. That caused for him to have a lot of these emotional breakdowns and a lot of the things that you really shouldn't have. And I'm going to just be real. The fans did not show any mercy on Ben Simmons. They didn't show no mercy on him.
Don't look no further than Broad.
They had
we love Broad's our guy. I mean, if you ask Broad a question about Ben Simmons, he's gonna say fuck Ben Simmons.
Yeah. As harsh as that may sound, but yeah, they didn't show him no mercy because, like I said, they knew the reason. We knew the reason why he was being overly passive, and you started asking yourself, well, I'm trying to keep my words clean. Well, dude, did you work on your? You
already said shit on the air, so you might as well say it again.
The Samuel Jackson word was about to come out, but we don't want that here. Yeah, we don't want that here. It's gonna see. Well, dude, did you even attempt to work on your game this offseason? Did you even attempt to work on your free throws? Did you even attempt to work on your 3-point shot? Or was this
videos of him doing that?
Yeah, but look, man, I'm gonna just be real. Look, let me be real. Look, let's be real. I see girls in the gym doing that shit every single day. They been all over, doing all this, and you ain't doing nothing in that damn gym. I see it every day. It's all the show. They got their look. I've been working on my glutes. I'm like, okay. And you still look the same 3 months from now. It's all a show. You see people do that in the gym all the time. You see people, what we used to call it down south, hitting them with the flex. It was like, yeah, it's kind of like one of the little Instagram. I'm in the gym. I'm doing this. I'm working on. It's like, no, you're not. And then
They're
3 months
mistaken
later,
habit for hard work.
yeah, it's like it's all a show. I'm gonna show a whole bunch of videos about what I'm doing, what I'm really not doing. It's kind of here's what I compare it to. I'm gonna give I'm gonna give a hard example. It's kind of like showing your mama you got an A on your spelling test, but you know you got this big ass F on your report card coming next Friday. That's what I compare it to. I'm gonna show mama all my spelling tests. Mama made an A on the spelling test. Mama I made an A on the spelling test because I know this big old F, this big old goose egg, this big old flag is coming on my report card in a couple of Fridays from now. So that way I can tell my mama, well, mama, you saw my spelling test. You saw it. Now your mama trying to have a conference with the teacher because the only thing you've been showing her is them damn spelling tests. You ain't been showing them all them F's you've been making in math.
But champ, that's the reason why I call Ben Simmons a heel. And the reason why heel applies with Ben Simmons is because coming out of college, what was Ben Simmons supposed to be? The projections of Ben Simmons coming out of college.
Number one overall pick.
But who
Next LeBron.
Yes.
LeBron.
He was
Next
often
LeBron.
compared to LeBron James. Plus, let's not forget, champ, the reason why he went to LSU, I think, was because of a family member, either his godfather or whoever. Plus, we knew he didn't take school seriously at LSU. Didn't he have like a 1.8 grade point average back at LSU?
Damn, I didn't know it was that bad.
Well, he didn't take school. Well, again, I mean, we knew that Ben Simmons was going to enter the NBA. We knew that Ben Simmons was going to. I mean, Ben Simmons coming out of college, he was 6'10". Yeah, he had a 1.8 GPA back at LSU. But my thing is with Ben Simmons, the reason why heel applies with Ben Simmons is because I don't think he truly loved basketball, champ, BRF, to be honest with you. I think he loved I think he didn't mind it, but he only liked it because of. All right, let me rephrase it. Ben Simmons didn't mind basketball because what it would land him: money, fame, attention. I don't think Ben Simmons truly cared enough about basketball, because if he did, he would have evolved. He would have gotten much better as a basketball player. Anytime, and the reason why broad applies is because, again, Ben Simmons spent most of his career in Philadelphia, and anytime whenever Ben Simmons mentioned about the mental health issues, talk to Broad. He wasn't buying any of the mental health issues that Ben Simmons was applying at that time. You look at Ben Simmons, how the way he handled the situation in Philadelphia. They gave him a ton of money. They thought Ben Simmons, he's going to come into the off season, work on his game. We saw the videos of him working out, shooting the three, but it didn't materialize in the regular season. The postseason against your Atlanta Hawks, BRF, one particular play in which he's being guarded in the post by Danilo Gallinari. He goes past him, and who's in his way in the paint? Trae Young. Who they list
And he doesn't go up. He doesn't go up. You drill that in his face, and he passes it off.
Because obviously, psychologically,
he didn't want to go to the free throw line.
He didn't want to go to the free throw line. He didn't want to shoot free throws. Because they knew once he had the ball in his possession, they were going to foul him, and they were going to use the hack a Shaq. Then after that, Doc Rivers, remember what he said? Do you think you could win a championship with Ben Simmons as your point guard? I don't know the answer to that question. Joel Embiid, the turning point, the play I just mentioned. You look at Ben Simmons, how he got himself out of that situation in Philadelphia. Remember when he had the cell phone in his pocket during the workout?
Yeah.
But the thing is with Ben Simmons as a heel is that I don't think he cared enough about basketball, how the way people had expectations of him, and then he didn't live up to it. It seems like basketball is an afterthought to him. He didn't care enough about basketball. If he truly cared enough about basketball, he would have gotten much better as a basketball player and become the player we thought he could be. Then on top of that, the fashion, the outfits, everything else. It just seems like, come on, dude. We know you don't really care that much about basketball. All the videos of you shooting, we know it's just all for show. You're not fooling anyone. All you're doing is just wasting our time. We know what you're trying to do, Ben. You're trying to show that you really care about basketball, but you didn't. Now, did Ben Simmons had health issues along the way? Yes, with the back injury, other things, but I just don't think Ben Simmons truly cared enough about basketball. And Champ, I hate it. I mean, they don't they look at him as the example of the NBA, of how the modern game is? Because when they look at Shaq and Charles Barkley, because they've been often critical of Ben Simmons.
Yeah, they look at him like you said, he loved being a celebrity more than he did. That downfall, people talk about the downfall of someone. You go from being a all-time, from third team all NBA to a 3-time all-star, to your defense being rookie of the year, to your defense being impeccable. I mean, defensively, you could clamp anybody, until you just not working on your game and you not just working on your craft. And look, how you do one thing is how you doing everything. I mean, how you do one thing is how you do everything. Hell, your grade point average was a 4.8. Damn, you must have wrote your damn name on the paper and turned it in. I mean, what the hell was that? But I don't know what you did. But I don't know. I don't know what to say about it.
You got the 1.8 GPA, the minimum requirement for eligibility at LSU during his first semester. However, he did not meet the 2.0 GPA requirement for the Wooden Award.
Again, you must have just wrote your name on the paper and then turned it the hell in, because I don't know what that was. I seen a guy get a zero. I seen a guy get a zero in the class for the entire semester because he didn't show up and his GPA didn't fall that low. But I digress. Like I said, you got to take things seriously. And like I said, how you do one thing is how you do everything. And if you're not able to do things in accordance to if you can't keep your damn grades up in order to get a damn award, what the hell makes you think you're going to be able to keep your body in shape and escalate your game enough to the point where you can do everything that you need to do? You can't even keep your damn grades up. And the thing is, it's not like NIL. Everybody knew you was going to be one and done. So you couldn't keep your damn grades up for 1 year for enough to get the Wooden Award when you was the most incredible player in college basketball. We all knew you was going to be a lottery pick.
Number one pick, presumptive choice.
Yes. And then you go out and you can't even keep your GPA up that high. Then you go and you love what the game brings you rather than doing the hard work. And like I said, and you can't even compare him to Shaq, because the thing is, even though Shaq, kind of was lackluster at times and was like, all right, whatever. The thing is, when he was on that floor, he played hard. And he showed you, hey, in 2006, in 2005, 2006, he showed you, hey, when it's time to perform, I'm going to be able to perform. Now, unfortunately, 2006, after he won that championship, was the beginning of the end. But for the most part, Shaq fulfilled his obligation to the game of basketball. When you talk about Ben Simmons, it's like, bro, all of these doggone YouTube videos, I'm shooting. And like I said, I'm doing this and working on my game. Like I said, I compare it to, like I said, you show your mama all your spelling tests from school, and you're not showing her your math test. And then when that big goose egg comes the very next week on report card day, the first thing you try to hide behind is those spelling tests, and that's what I compare it to. Man, but he didn't really want to do nothing.
But that's why I say heel, Champ, because the reason why heel, because at this point he's wasting everyone's time, and everyone had expectations for him, and they thought Ben Simmons was going to match it, but for whatever reason he didn't. And the reason why heel applies because they wanted as bad for Ben Simmons as Ben Simmons wanted as bad for himself. And like I said, Ben Simmons, He's had opportunities to rectify his career. Okay, he gets traded to Brooklyn to pair with KD, Kyrie. You would have thought, okay, this is a great situation for me. I get to play with those types of guys who can shoot the basketball, score. I can worry about the passing, the playmaking, the defense. And it still didn't work out in Brooklyn. Now he's with the Clippers. And when they look at Ben Simmons at this point, damaged goods. Ben Simmons may not be the player he once was. He could still produce, come off the bench, things of that nature. But they just feel like with Ben Simmons, he doesn't care. He doesn't care about basketball. He's a talented player, but he doesn't care. We don't know how hard he's working. Yeah, I mean, he's shooting threes and all that other stuff, but how come we don't see it in the regular season or in the postseason? And how come we see him more at Met Galas? How come we see him at fashion events or anything else besides basketball? That's why he applies with Ben Simmons, because, again, there are people who are questioning his effort and motor. And remember, Champ, you and I and Casual, we had a conversation. Ben Simmons said, I'm ready to dominate. I'm ready to turn around my career. Even though I didn't believe it, I'm like, all right, Ben, okay, give us your this is your chance. Demonstrate, prove to why you can actually turn around your career. And still, it just feels like everything he said fell on deaf ears.
Basically.
BRF?
The reason why I want to call Ben Simmons a tweener here is because, so a lot of people did root for him to kind of really get on track and find his touch, just find an ability to shoot, because I'm sorry, dude, there's no way you as a player should be able to jump and be as good a passer as, say, a LeBron James, but then you shoot like Chuck Hayes. I mean, just no, we can't be doing that. We cannot be doing that. And that was always the biggest part of why Ben Simmons didn't fully translate into the all NBA, first or second team guy we thought he was going to. And it just came from the standpoint that he didn't shoot, but we rooted for him. You root for a guy like that because he has all the talent in the world to be one of the elite guys in the league, even if he wasn't the greatest shooter. I mean, look at Giannis. Giannis isn't the greatest outside shooter. He doesn't have the greatest perimeter shot, but he works on his craft every day to be the best player he could possibly be. And again, he was a finalist for the most valuable player award because that's just Giannis. That's who he is. He's not the greatest shooter, but he goes in and works on his craft to become the best player he could possibly be. He's a top 5 player in the world right now. Ben Simmons, if he did a little bit of that, he could have been a really, really good player, but he never. But yeah, it's like you make good points from the standpoint. It's like he didn't put like the full effort into like wanting to improve his offensive game. Like he didn't care. But I want to call him a tweener just from the standpoint he still had the talent there, and you rooted for him, and you wanted him to succeed because ultimately it's there and it could come out of him, but it just never came. It never came out. So I feel like from the standpoint of people actually rooted for him and wanted him to succeed is why I really call him. I called him a tweener just because I think NBA fans, wanted to see him fully evolve and become, the talent we thought he was going to. And whether it was just him not caring to get better or the injury setting him back, I mean, there were just too many things and too many factors there that didn't allow him to evolve and become the player we thought he was going to. So, but like I said, I feel like people rooted for him to succeed, and that's why I feel like he's a tweener. Because there were like really good characteristics of about him as far as like the way he played, the game, as far as like his transition game, his defense, just like everything worked except half court offense. Like everything worked but half court offense when it comes from a standpoint of having to shoot the basketball. And it's like I get tired of looking forward to seeing the yearly preseason training regimen of Ben Simmons, because you know he's going to put up a bunch of jump shots, but you know it's not going to translate on the real, in the real thing in the NBA during the regular season. You know it's not gonna translate. So like the first couple of times he put him out, he's like, okay, yeah, he's gonna do something now, and after those, and he never did. It's like, okay, yeah, why do you keep posting these? What's the point? So he's a tweener just because I feel like people just wanted him to succeed. It's just a shame he didn't ultimately turn into the, saying next LeBron is like hard, because I don't think there's going to ever be another LeBron James. But still, just
if he could have been at least the next Penny Hardaway, he would have did decent.
That would have been, or Draymond.
Yeah.
Could he be?
Exactly. Just being a Draymond Green, like, okay, you're not asked to shoot much, but when you have to shoot, you can actually shoot the ball. Like Ben Simmons is gonna go down as one of the biggest what ifs in the history of the NBA, because what if he really honed his craft and really turned himself into the all world level player we thought he was going to be, because the talent's there. Like, what if he really truly worked on himself on the basketball court? What could he have become? I think Ben Simmons is one of the biggest what ifs ever in the NBA. But like I said, I just think people wanted him to succeed. So excuse me. That's why I call him a tweener. That's why I call him a tweener.
I still go with Hill only because, again, Ben Simmons has just given the impression that I just don't really like basketball that much. I just love what basketball can offer me and give me. And it's just frustrating because we want it for him, but apparently to me, it just seems like he doesn't want it for himself. So that's the reason. But I'll give you another babyface or heel. Jeff, I'm sorry, not him. Jay Cutler. I think he's a heel.
Yeah, he's a heel for me too. There's no likable characteristics about Jay Cutler. There just isn't.
Remember, he is the younger version of Jeff George. Y'all know Jeff George.
Yeah. The thing is, Devin Hester and Brandon Marshall said that he was one of the most smartest players that you ever want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the most smartest players, but he just so.
And where did he go to school?
He went to Vanderbilt.
Yeah, he's one of the smartest players you ever want to see as far as. But he said he just had a way with the players that it just rubbed everybody the wrong way. And like I said, I think Warren Moon gave this analogy. He was like, people always criticize, because people used to criticize Cam Newton a lot early in his career about how passionate he was. He said, well, you remember Warren Moon was Cam Newton's advisor for his first couple of years and when he was entering the draft. He said, would you rather have Cam Newton showing how passionate he is and hating to lose, or would you rather have him acting like Jay Cutler? Because to me, it doesn't seem like Jay Cutler gives a damn about what happens during the game, as long as he gets to cash that check. And he always had this very, very lackluster type of attitude. I mean, I never forget the Denver Broncos game when he finally got traded to Chicago, and Chicago came to town, and everybody, all the Denver Broncos fans, was dressed like babies in baby diapers and had little pacifiers in their mouths and stuff like that, because they was impersonating how much of a crybaby that Jay Cutler was. And not to mention, the NFC Championship, where people were talking about the injury that nobody saw, and luckily for him, Brian Urlacher said, I believe him and things of that nature, but for them to lose 10-6 and you not generate any offense and you over there on the bike, doing whatever, is kind of asinine within itself. Like I said, he was kind of, very, very. He was not a likable guy. It was just like you wanted him to succeed, but he was just a basket case within the least. He was just out of just I don't know what it was about Jay Cutler. He was just a guy with a bad attitude that could have had the world. He just could have had it. He's a big what if story because in Denver, you know, after Shanahan left, and which I don't blame you for not succeeding under Josh McDaniels. I don't blame you for that. But the year before, you had a huge collapse. You had two of the biggest collapses in the end of the season in history. You went not, you know, you was 7-5 to start the season. Down the stretch, you won one game, and the Los Angeles Chargers, who were then the San Diego Chargers, they came from 4-7 in order to steal the division from you. They went on a 4-1 game winning streak to recapture that division when you started off that season 7-5. Then you go to Chicago. Dud.
You know, let's not forget
Dud.
the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, NFC Championship game. You over there on the sideline. Nobody really saw an injury, but you just and they lost 10-6. Look, people might say, well, you know, NFC Championship. Keep this in mind when you talk about a conference championship game. Phillip Rivers once had secret surgery and came back and played against the undefeated New England Patriots. That's how important that game was to him. That's how important it was. He always struck me, Jay Cutler always struck me as a guy who, like I said, much like Ben Simmons, except he got a lot more passes. I mean, they wanted to treat him like the media wanted to treat this guy like Brett Favre so bad, but he didn't have the talent, nor he had
The personality.
He didn't have the
personality. He
didn't have the personality. He didn't have the talent. He didn't have the wherewithal, and he didn't have the winning record in order to be a Brett Favre. Because they always try to label him a riverboat gambler, just like Brett Favre. This dude did not have the talent. He didn't have the wherewithal. He didn't have the mental capacity in order to do it. He was just one of those guys who was the typical butthole that was playing quarterback position, and you hated to see him. And every time he got hit, you loved to see it. Even when Sue used to hit him, people behind the scenes used to really be saying, "Hey, that's Jay Cutler," you know. So,
and you remember when the Bears idiotically gave Jay Cutler back in 2014 a 7-year, $120-something million contract, champ?
Yeah, the thing was this. I don't know why that this guy, if it would have been, what kills me about the NFL, if the NFL is so quick to give these mediocre quarterbacks with bad attitudes these big, huge contracts, and comparing them to guys and putting them in conversation that they ain't got no business being in. And he never struck, and he always looked. But that dude looked like he was my size out there playing quarterback position. But they talk about conditioning. This dude never looked like he was in shape playing the game of football. Ever. He doesn't.
He does I'm laughing, Chad, because I remember when the Miami Dolphins, when they signed him back in 2017, he said, good thing about me is that I play quarterback, so I don't need to be in great cardiovascular shape.
Exactly. So yeah, you didn't. I mean, like I said, you cheated the game in so many levels, bro. You can almost be attributed to the reason why one of the best receivers that we ever saw during the 2010, you are one of the main reasons why Brandon Marshall never got to see the playoffs. You were one of the main reasons. And you were not likable. Nobody liked you in the locker room. And yet you got chance after chance, much like Jeff George did, and you did nothing with those opportunities. You showed flashes of greatness, but when it mattered the most, you were just another very, very. If it wasn't for certain bright spots within your career, like you making the Pro Bowl and stuff like that, if it wasn't for certain bright spots in your career, you would very well have been labeled a bust.
Well, thank God for him. I mean, 12 years in the NFL. I'm not gonna say he's a bust champ, but in my opinion, he's a disappointment because Jay Cutler coming out of Vanderbilt, I liked him. Like I liked his athleticism. I liked his big arm. He could fit the West Coast offense. Jay Cutler just never cared. Blasé, apathetic, just didn't seem interested whether if they won or lost games. The reason why I say heel, kind of like with Ben Simmons, champ, Jay Cutler's been accused of stealing money.
2 winning seasons in your entire career as a quarterback. 2 winning seasons, 1 postseason appearance.
And only 1 Pro Bowl appearance.
And 1 Pro Bowl appearance. You did all of that, and yet teams kept giving you chance after chance after chance. Funny thing about your Denver career, you wasn't in Denver but 3 years. After you got drafted 11 overall.
Yep.
And like I said, I don't blame that all on him. I blame some of that on that buffoon Josh McDaniels. Because he was done.
Before Mike Shanahan was his head coach, and Mike Shanahan wanted to take a shot at Jay Cutler. And then in 2009, they hired Josh McDaniels to become the head coach. After moving on from Mike Shanahan, Jay Cutler, shout out to Flemlow Raps. Go check him out on YouTube. He talked about the story in which Jay Cutler was like, okay, fine, Josh McDaniels is there, but can you still keep the people from Shanahan? But they hired Josh McDaniels. They allowed Josh McDaniels to hire the type of people that Josh McDaniels wanted, which is what led Jay Cutler to getting traded.
Yeah. But like I said, I don't blame you for that Denver run, but that entire Chicago run, you had 2 winning seasons in your entire career. Yet you made almost $200 million. That is a flat out shame. And like I said, that's another indictment on the NFL for giving mediocre, bad attitude quarterbacks a lot of money. And you see this dude don't care about the game, yet y'all keep taking a chance on him, much like you did with Jeff George.
Well, in Jay Cutler's career, he earned approximately a little over $122 million.
Okay.
So Jay Cutler, I'm not going to say bust, but I will say he was a major disappointment because I had a lot of expectations from him out of Vanderbilt. If his talent if his attitude matched his talent, Jay Cutler would be a perennial Pro Bowl quarterback. And champ, although I disagree with you with Tim Tebow being a babyface, I can understand your argument as to why. If Tim Tebow had the talent to match his attitude, personality, you don't think that Tim Tebow would be a perennial Pro Bowl quarterback?
Yes.
Imagine if Tim Tebow had the talent like Jay Cutler.
Yes. If he would have had that, if you could have gave Tim Tebow Jay Cutler's talent, his arm talent, his smarts, and his ability to navigate offense, to throw the deep ball, to throw across the middle in order to just be in control. If you would have gave Tim Tebow that, then guess what? We'd be talking about Tim Tebow as one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. In fact, like I said, he made the Pro Bowl and everything just on the talent that he had alone, led his team to a playoff on limited talent at best.
And ironically, Tim Tebow and Jay Cutler only have 1 playoff game each.
Exactly. And Jay Cutler was the starter for years. So, hey, you are healed not just because of your attitude, but not just because you just stole money, but because a lot of the times you had an opportunity in order to be your best and you were not. So I don't feel sorry for you.
BRF.
You know how I feel about Jay Cutler. He's one of the most overrated players in the history of the league. He's a heel. Like there are no likable characteristics about Jay Cutler. Like it's like how can you be that talented and just be so nonchalant with how You cared about your teammates. You cared about winning. Just like it was just like I don't know. Like he thought. Like I guess he thought everything was just gonna come easy to him, and it didn't. And it's almost like the people that were around him kind of paid for that because even though he was a good quarterback. Don't get me wrong. He put up good numbers the time he played. He could have been so much more than that. But then when you look at the intangibles and everything, it was like there's nothing there. You can't root for a player like Jay Cutler. He makes it hard for you to root for him because it's like just Jake, and he has one of those punchable faces too. It's bad saying that, I know, but he did. He had one of them. He had one of them. He had one of them faces. You just like if you saw him, you wanted to you really wanted to punch him in the face. Like he just had one of them faces. Like there's just nothing to like about Jay Cutler, regardless of how talented he was. He's a waste. He's one of the biggest waste of God-given talent I have ever seen in any level of sports. He is one of the biggest waste of talents ever, because if he had the mindset to go with his arm skill, he would have been perennial top 10 quarterback, perennial contender for all pros, perennial just beating any and everybody. He could have been up there with some of the best. And the mindset just never got up to where the talent was. And like he's one of the biggest waste of talent I have ever seen. He is a heel. There's nothing to like about him. There's no beacon of light with Jay Cutler. He is just, if you are trying to play at the quarterback position and you want to play at the highest level, to everybody, to the young guys out there, if you want to play the quarterback position, do not have a Jay Cutler mindset or you will not succeed. Do not have a Jay Cutler mindset. If you have this talent, do not have his mindset. You will not get anywhere, because he's just he's a waste of God-given talent. Shouldn't even have to go to that route. We should be talking about him up there as one of the greats of this generation. Instead, he's like, in my opinion, the biggest waste of talent of this generation at the quarterback position.
All right, guys. Last one. Stephen A. Smith. I'm going to go heel. I'm sorry. There's no other way to look at it with Stephen A. Smith. I respect and admire his hard work for him to get to this point. Writing for the Philadelphia Inquirer, being a sports reporter, working for ESPN, Fox, everything else. He's doing amazing things. Rightfully so, deserving of that big time contract with ESPN. My problem with Stephen A. Smith, there have been times I think he has gone too far. The LeBron situation. Although I did not like the fact that LeBron confronted him publicly, I felt like if you wanted to do that privately. But hey, champ, BRF, you told me before, like any father in that situation, they would have done the exact thing for their son. The other problem I have with Stephen A. Smith is when he lied about LeBron not attending Kobe Bryant's memorial, which that's a lie. The other problem that I have with Stephen A. Smith, he is responsible for Max Kellerman's departure of First Take. And I like Max Kellerman a lot. And Max Kellerman, I haven't seen anything from him. I'm surprised that he's not on TV, radio, or anything. It's like, is Max Kellerman like ostracized? And nowadays, he's become a target for athletes, whether current or former. Look no further than one Terrell Owens. Do you remember ESPN First Take in that Colin Kaepernick situation when they were discussing the Colin Kaepernick workout? And T.O. literally said it, I'm in the streets. Max almost seems blacker than you. And the fact that, and I'm looking at Max Kellerman's reaction. I'm like, oh my fucking God, did Did he just say that on the air? So, I mean, and look, there's a lot of other things with Stephen A. Smith. I didn't like the way he talked about Shohei Ohtani. Remember what he said about Shohei Ohtani?
Yeah,
He didn't speak enough English. He didn't speak enough English to be the face of the league.
Right. And my thing is with Stephen A. Smith, there are a lot of times he puts his foot in his mouth. Now, if you're asking me personally, he'd be a babyface if he was compared to a Jason Whitlock. Because even on your worst day, it is hard to be someone like a Jason Whitlock. Champ, you said it. Your worst fear, your nightmare is of all things is to be compared to Jason Whitlock.
That is I swear before my God, before I sit here, I would rather quit and never make content ever again to be compared to Whitlock. I would never make a podcast again. I would never be on before I ever get compared to that. Because the thing is that it's just we already covered that. But for Stephen A., hey, there's a man down here in Columbus, Georgia, who raised me. And he always told me one thing: be careful who you hate, because it just might become who you despise. Remember all that hate he spewed towards Jason Whitlock? You kind of becoming him lately, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, now even Stephen A. Smith, even Donald Trump even talked about Stephen A. Smith thinking he would be good for president.
The thing is, I don't mind you about aspirations, because we've seen a lot of guys.
I don't mind. I don't mind the aspirations part, Chip. But here's my thing with Stephen A. Smith. Why I want to continue to go a little bit more, man.
My bad.
No, that's all good. Don't worry about it, and don't worry. You're not gonna be compared to Jason Whitlock. We still want you to continue doing your content creation and your journalism. I just think with Stephen A. Smith, it's really hard to like him nowadays. Yeah, we admire your hard work. As you talk about pound the pavement, I said you would be a babyface or a tweener if you would be compared to someone like a Jason Whitlock. But in totality, it's really hard to really see you as a babyface or a tweener because of the positions. And also, Champ, one more. You have not only argued, but you have advocated Kyrie Irving as a babyface.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Stephen A. Smith did say that he wanted Kyrie Irving to retire.
Yes, he did.
He thought Kyrie Irving should retire. And remember, with the whole vaccination situation, Jay Williams of ESPN called out Stephen A. Smith and said, "You know what, Stephen A., you got on Kyrie Irving by not getting the vaccine. How come you're not holding the same energy when it came to Aaron Rodgers?"
Yeah, he was a fan of Aaron Rodgers. To be honest with you, he was always calling him the bad man. And like I said earlier, and I'll just leave it at that. Be careful who you judge, because you end up becoming who you hate. Because the thing is, if you ever notice now, a lot of athletes, much like with Jason Whitlock, are hating Stephen A. Smith, whereas he used to be a man of the people. Draymond Green even called him out. Draymond Green, a lot of other players are calling him out. I mean, you know, you going on the podcast talking about how weak somebody is because they came and confronted you about their son. And the funny thing about this, I didn't find out this recently, Stephen A., you have kids.
He does.
You have children. So for you to call out somebody and say it was weak when you have children, it's kind of like, bro, what are you did? Talking about something, I would have swung on somebody. What the hell was you going to do? Swing a sandwich at him? Because you wouldn't have won the fight. You was going to get pulverized. Hell, I'm a former boxer. I'm not finna walk up on LeBron James. Just being real. I'm undisputed champ is not going to walk up on LeBron James. And I'm a boxer. I know 3 forms of martial arts. So I'm not going there. So the thing is this. You calling people weak, you doing this, you're a villain in the media now. You no longer, although you're the highest paid, you no longer have that pool that you had with players that you had at one point. At one point, when guys wanted to do interviews, including Kobe Bryant, the late great Kobe Bryant, remember when guys wanted to do interviews for the press and stuff like that, especially when they had just got through recovery from a hard time, they went to Stephen A. Smith. Remember, quite frankly, when he did the interview with Allen Iverson, remember when, after everything happened with Kobe, how he was talking to Kobe about how he wanted to win a championship? You used to be a man of the people. And like I said, let's not take the easy way out, if you get what I'm saying. I'm talking about a person who can relate to athletes. Now it's all about these hot takes that you have. Now it's all about you being a spectacle. Now it's no longer about being a responsible journalist. You have to be responsible and realize the power that you wield as a journalist. And I think that this has I think he's lost sight of that at a certain point. But like I said, be careful who you judge, because now you're becoming a villain, much like Whitlock is. Let's just be honest with you. You're becoming that villain. Players cannot stand to talk to you anymore. There used to be a time where players loved to talk to you. Now players can't stand to talk to you anymore. I mean, a lot of people within the culture, Willie D from the Ghetto Boys talks about you in a certain way. Him and Scarface. So, and not to mention some of the things that you said about the tryout with the Kaepernick situation, which I don't blame you for a certain point in that one, because, for everything to get changed up at the last minute, kind of crazy. But nevertheless, he had to sign waivers and things of that nature. I don't know. I wasn't there. But there's been a lot of stuff that he's did where, like I said, you've judged people for being like that. Now you're becoming that. And it's starting to get ridiculous at a certain point. We need you to be the journalist that you were, where it was all about being a journalist, where it was all about the facts, where it was all about basketball, where it was all about it was all about what was going on the court, and not all of this hot takes and making a spectacle of yourself. Granted, in the news journalists, in the journalism field, in sports journalism, you have to have a little bit of a personality, because nobody's going to want to watch you if you sit there and do monotone the entire time. But learn how to put that stuff into perspective. Learn who you are. And the thing is, a lot of these stuff that's going on with him is you're making a spectacle of yourself rather than being the respected journalist we used to know and love back in the early 2000s and things of that nature. Granted, I'm proud to say, hey, he is highest paid at ESPN, him being in soap operas, him being on Law and Order, all of that. That is something that you could aspire to, and you can tell your kids, look, you ain't got to be just an athlete. You can be a journalist. Look what Stephen A. is doing. Even, New Jersey's own Chris Broussard. He's one of the examples that you can show somebody that you say, hey, it ain't got to be just a ball player. You can make it in the media. That part I admire about it, because, hey, you got a better chance of being a Stephen A. Smith than you do have being a Dwayne Wade or the next LeBron James. Granted, yeah, I like that. But the irresponsible journalism, to make it a spectacle of yourself, to make it to where nobody wants to listen to you, and you're becoming you're doing a lot of unlikable things, it's kind of getting ridiculous at a certain point, and you need to get back to basics.
I still believe he's a babyface tweener compared to a Whitlock.
Yeah, it hasn't gotten that out of control, but it's getting it.
It's getting there, but I did kind of like the fact how he got after Jason Whitlock, especially because, remember, champ, the reason why Jason Whitlock was never on ESPN with Stephen A. Smith, because it was in Stephen A.'s contract that he would never work with Jason Whitlock.
Yeah, because
no wonder why you wouldn't see him on First Take.
Yeah, And yeah, but the thing is, like I said, be careful who you judge, because the thing is, you're doing stuff that mimics that type of behavior.
No, I agree. I agree with you, champ. But that's the reason why I call him a heel. And just look at all the other examples. And with Kyrie Irving, how the way he was critical of Kyrie Irving, how the way he, and also champ integrity, which
Yeah.
is what we're seeing with journalists a lot of days. Brian Windhorst, when that situation, LeBron, he handled it perfectly. LeBron doesn't have to owe me anything. I've covered LeBron since what, high school, grade school, or whatever. Brian
Mhm.
Windhorst handled the situation well.
Yeah.
Stephen A, on the other hand, didn't. And I think when we become bigger than what we are, we forgot. It seems like to me, Stephen A. is forgotten. He lost track or has forgotten who he was. Because when we get to a certain point in life, we forgot where we were or where we came from. And
Yeah.
I think his ego's gotten a little too big at times. That's just
And,
me.
and let's not forget the whole situation, even with him doing college football. Remember when, Ryan Day ended up going to the college football playoff after he won the conference championship? Everybody asked him, "Do we owe Ryan?" We don't owe Ryan any apology. This is what you're supposed to do. No,
Shannon Sharp, yeah.
Yeah, you was lobbying to get that damn man fired when he lost against Michigan. You was lobbying for him to get fired, saying he deserves to get fired. So guess what? Now that he's gone on and made a deep college football, and this was after the Oregon game when they just basically tore him out the frame. This was after the Oregon game. So, and they was asking, do we owe him an apology? Well, that's what you're supposed to do. No, you was calling for him to get fired. So guess what? Yes, you owe him an apology. Don't get so caught up in your ways where you're above reproach as far as news media is concerned.
Mm-hmm. BRF.
Stephen A. See, the thing is with Stephen A, like he does still speak on. Well, the good thing about Stephen A, he does speak on topics, and he does kind of share a viewpoint of like, standing for like certain talking points, as far as like human rights in politics and stuff like that. I think for me, he is a tweener because although he is on the right side of a lot of things as far as like what you support, who you stand up with, and all that other stuff, some of the things that he has done, like, has definitely left a lot to be desired. And yeah, like you going back to that LeBron, you go back to the LeBron incident, even though LeBron could have did better as far as like getting him off the court, doing that in a private setting, so everybody's not looking at you directly and stuff like that. With Stephen A, it's like like y'all pretty much said, it's like a hot take factor. Like instead of like wanting to like have the like healthy debates and talk about things going on in sports and wanting to just actually really like cover the game, because his the origin story with him is being a journalist, covering the game. Like he was the one that was he was the one basically covering Allen Iverson pretty much when Allen Iverson was in Philly. That was him. That was him. That was pretty much him. Like he kind of is to AI in Philly what Brian Windhorst, is to LeBron James when it comes to just studying that guy and being around that guy and kind of knowing the ins and outs and knowing what's going on, being that first guy that he could call and talk to when he wants to have an interview, something's going on and he wants to get something off of his chest. For Allen Iverson, for the longest time, it was Stephen A. Smith. And so you would think with his origin story, you hope he has appreciation and, wanting to do stuff. And especially with him, losing, because like, I mean, I hate to bring it up because he lost his mom. He lost his mom. And like, you should like, a humbling moment should come from a situation like that. Like, to like, not taking life for granted, appreciating. And I'm not saying he don't, but just like some of the things that he's done in the media, like in news as of late, it's like you like kind of, take a chill pill, relax a little bit. Some of the stuff you've done, you ain't got no business doing, because at the end of the day, don't get me wrong, you might be making ESPN a lot of money with the First Take show and all that, but don't think they won't replace you. They've replaced people before, and they'll do it again. They're not really worried about stuff like that, because they're an entity in their own right. They'll get whoever they want to get and keep pushing. So, but you would think, like, with his situation and adversity that he's faced, you would think he wouldn't like go out there and almost kind of instigate certain situations. But like I said, I call him a tweener, though, because I do feel like he's on the right side of history as far as like things that are going on in the world and all that. So even though he definitely has had his heelish moments, I do look at Stephen A as someone that will, stand up for the right things. He just kind of, in terms of sports takes and debates and all that stuff, he needs to get a grip on some of that. But I am gonna call him a tweener.
I still get the shivers anytime whenever Terrell Owens, when he went on First Take and he said that on the air. That was insane.
I remember that too.
A lawsuit came out of that as well. So
that was, I mean, like, for him to say that on the air, and just look at Max Kellerman's reaction. That was crazy. But man, again, all of us, we admire Stephen A. Smith's work as a journalist.
mm-hmm.
And look, to your point, Champ, he's proven he's more than just a journalist. He can act, he can do a lot of things, versatility, and that's great. The problem is that ever since he's gotten that big, he's forgotten what it took in order for him to get to where he is. And I think he has to have more integrity as a journalist. And it's become that difficult for him to cultivate relationships with the players nowadays. Because, again, they don't want to spend time talking to him like they did in the past. Not just present, former as well. So, all right, guys, we got the last two topics. Let's try to wrap it up as much as possible, because I don't want to keep y'all there for that long, because I know y'all got stuff for the weekend. I'll go first on this one. Favorite Eric Bischoff moment? There's a lot of them. Of course, No Way Out 2003. He got his ass whooped by Stone Cold Steve Austin. And good old JR, and hearts and prayers goes to Jim Ross. He just announced he's been diagnosed with colon cancer. Get well, JR. Wish you nothing but the best, man. Or Kane. Remember when he chokeslammed Bischoff all the way to hell in JR's commentary with that one? I love that one. Or, I'll say it. Him, Stephanie McMahon. Remember the Halloween incident?
Yes.
Yeah, that was cringe. That is cringe. What's so funny about that one is Vince McMahon was the director behind that. I'm like, damn.
I mean, his own father allowing his daughter, but again, that's Vince in a nutshell for you, and that's how crazy he is. That's just the truth. We saw the Mr. McMahon documentary, but Eric Bischoff, man, like his moments on WWE Raw, or when the fact that Paul Heyman, remember the draft, and when Paul Heyman had to quit SmackDown because remember he would have to come work with Eric Bischoff, and then Paulie was like, hell no.
Oh, man.
Champ, you go.
Oh man, Eric Bischoff, man. Look, the king of controversy himself. BRF.
Yes.
I was a WCW guy prior to Stone Cold coming to his own. Do you remember when he brought Randy Anderson's the referee he had fired? Remember when he brought his kids up there up on the stage and the script was like they was begging for their dad's job back. Because remember, Randy Anderson had a bout with cancer and couldn't do certain things anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I never forget when he brought those kids up there. He said, would you still tell your dad that he's still fired? And boy, that caused an uproar to the max. That whole segment caused an uproar to the max. Another Eric Bischoff moment, man, that was kind of like the beginning of the end of the Monday Night Wars, rather, is he came off the ceiling in that motorcycle with that crown on his head. It is so good to be king. It'd be when he was talking about how many ratings wars that he had won against Vince McMahon and Monday Night Raw. I mean, he was just having a field day with it. Eric Bischoff. Oh yeah, when he challenged Vince McMahon to the fight, saying, "You can come to Connecticut, Vince, and trust me, I'm gonna knock you out." When he first joined the NWO, I don't think people want to acknowledge this first. People don't understand that the first corporate heel was Eric Bischoff. The first corporate heel was Eric Bischoff when he joined the NWO. So you have to ask yourself, who stole from who? Or where did Vince get that idea from to be the super bad guy boss from? Because the first one to do that was Eric Bischoff when he joined the NWO and betrayed Roddy Piper. So you got to ask yourself during that time how you got to ask yourself, hey, Bischoff was the first, but Vince perfected it. I mean, not to mention 3-minute warning. Did I just hear myself say 3 minutes? With Jamal and Rosie, that was a spectacle within itself. Not to mention that whole situation, the whole Raw Roulette that he had, the segment that he had with Mae Young and the Fabulous Moolah. that was just crazy. And look, let's not forget the trial of Eric Bischoff when he was about to get fired from Raw. Let's not forget that trial. How let's not forget the trial of Eric Bischoff when he got thrown in that dumpster at the end. And remember,
take out the trash.
Take out the trash. Not to mention, the part of that trial that was so funny to me was seeing that damn Mick Foley eat that moon pie in the middle of the court. That was the funniest shit. We're gonna take a break. Good break, moon pie. That was one of the most funniest things ever. So Eric Bischoff, man, like I said, people call it the Attitude Era. I call it the NWO era because guess what? Eric Bischoff was the first guy in the Monday Night Wars to take it over the edge. Not to mention he was the first heel boss. He was the first heel boss. I mean, not Vince McMahon. He was the first heel boss. Now, Vince perfected it, but the first heel was Eric Bischoff as the boss because he joined the NWO, one of the most hated but hip groups in history. And, Eric Bischoff, although he lost the Monday Night Wars, he is look, if you really want to make a comparison, WCW was Sega Genesis to WWE Super Nintendo. I'll say that again. WCW was Sega and Sega Genesis to WWE Super Nintendo. And the reason why I say that is Sega had this brief moment of just greatness. You saw it with the Sega Genesis and you saw it with the Dreamcast. But they could never, ever sustain it for a long period of time like Nintendo did. And at times, the products for Sega was better. But they just could not stand the test of time. The Dreamcast was great. Sega Genesis was great. And they always went head to head with Super Nintendo. Hell, Sonic the Hedgehog was cooler than Mario. But they just could not sustain it for a long period of time. And they could not play the long game like WWE or like Nintendo did in the case of the console wars.
PRF?
Eric Bischoff moment. Fair. Yeah, definitely the trial after I believe it was the trial after SummerSlam of 05. I think it was SummerSlam 05. John Cena fought Chris Jericho. And no, it was after that SummerSlam or whatever. But then I'm trying to remember. But then it was
when he asked security to escort they have Chris Jericho out of the building.
because he gave Chris Jericho one more shot to win the WWE title, and if he lost, he got fired. So he lost and he got fired, which ultimately led to him coming back in 07, and that really, really good return was based off of that 05 situation where he got fired on Monday Night Raw. Definitely that trial. They had like Jonathan Coachman up on there speaking, and then ultimately Vince McMahon was the one to literally scoop him up and body slam him into the back of that dump truck and have him escorted out. Yeah, you can't talk about Eric Bischoff in the WWE and not talk about No Way Out 2003. Man, that's one of the matches. It's always the great matches and the classic matches that you'll go back and you'll watch over and over and over. And man, that's one of my favorite squash matches of all time. Seeing what Stone Cold Steve Austin did to Eric Bischoff that night, that was one of the greatest things I've ever seen. I mean, getting him in the cover, 1, 2, pull his arm up, kick out, and then literally arguing at the ref like, no, 1, 2, we kicked out. like Stone Cold, even though it was a one-man show and he was beating the daylights out of Eric Bischoff, he made that match so enjoyable just on his own end because you knew what was about to go down. But only a Stone Cold Steve Austin could single-handedly make that match as enjoyable as it is to watch. And I will still sit and watch that match on a YouTube. That's how great that match was. Just because of Stone Cold Steve Austin, he made that worthwhile. So shout out to Stone Cold Steve Austin for making an ass whooping and a squash match that entertaining. Just shout out to him. But you know what though, Bischoff did have some. Like I said, his coming out party was after he turned heel and joined the NWO and WCW. I mean, like the promos that they would cut, like those are some of the coolest things. Like the following announcement has been paid for by the New World Order. Just some of the greatest promo work. Like whether it was him or whether it was Hogan or whether it was Nash and Hall or any members of the NWO, when that black and white scream on and you hear that voice, the following has been a paid announcement. You knew something funny was gonna happen, or like you just knew some type of good promo was about to be cut. You just knew it. So I definitely love those. I definitely love those skits, those NWO skits after he turned heel. Like I definitely love those. What else did I like? His feud with Ric Flair. Boy, don't get me started about the Terry. Don't get me started about the Teddy Long segment. That's one of the funniest things I've ever heard. That's one of the funniest things I've ever heard a man say on TV. And for him to say what he did, for him to say what he said to Eric Bischoff, and then he did the little that was classic. That was peak. That was peak. I don't care what nobody said. That was peak. But his that rivalry he had with Ric Flair, that Starrcade that Starrcade match that they had. Oh my gosh! Like oh Lord, just like it's the fact that Eric Bischoff can say, "I got to win on Ric Flair." Like come on, even though you did absolutely nothing to deserve that win because Ric Flair just ripped you apart for about 10-15 minutes. Like, hey, you got to win on Ric Flair. Nobody can take it away from you. But then ultimately, I think a couple of weeks later, he lost to him, and Ric Flair ended up becoming president of WCW anyway. So I mean, okay, you know what it was. So but yeah, Eric Bischoff is like this is okay. I'll say this though. I think my favorite segment is the night he became Raw general manager, because it shook the core of what WWE was, and you could see it, like the old WCW guys, like it's like my Booker T, when he first saw Eric Bischoff, like the look on his face when he saw Eric Bischoff and he knew what was about to go down, it was like what? And then when Vince McMahon announced him as a new general manager of Raw, and they shook hands and they hugged each other, it was like you knew it had got real. The fact that Raw and SmackDown were in competition with each other, and Stephanie McMahon being the GM of SmackDown was basically kicking Raw's butt at the time. For Vince McMahon to pull out that ace, which was Eric Bischoff, like that's one of those moments that just gonna stand the test of time, because Eric Bischoff, I mean, WCW, WWF, WWE, for what it's worth, I'm talking about those Monday Night Wars will forever live on. But Vince McMahon went to those realms just to make Raw a relevant show again, to get an Eric Bischoff. That's one of those moments in WWE that's just like, it really kind of set the tone. I think him making Eric Bischoff the general manager of Raw really set the tone for what the Ruthless Aggression era was about to be. And hey, let me tell you, it's one of the greatest moments in WWE history. Nobody was expecting Eric Bischoff to show up on a WWE TV screen. And then not only did he, but become a prominent role, a prominent figure. Like, that moment to me was, like I said, it set up the Ruthless Aggression era for the next 3 to 4 years before it ultimately became the PG era. But Eric Bischoff, for what it's worth, even though he was pretty much a heel as a general manager, Raw did they big one at that time once they got Eric Bischoff as a general manager. So shout out to Eric Bischoff. But yeah, my favorite moment is definitely when he became Raw general manager. It shook pro wrestling up. You're not expecting Eric Bischoff on WWE TV, and that's what made the moment so special.
I love the match with him and Stone Cold, because again, a lot of it. Remember, Bischoff did fire Steve back in 1995 at WCW. And also, to him and Steve, they were co-general managers at one point. So that was kind of interesting. And then last but not least, BRF. Favorite Rick Ross track?
Man, I ain't gonna lie, boy. Rick Ross is one of my favorites. Rick Ross is one of my favorites. Let's see. You got The Boss with him and T-Pain.
Mm-hmm.
You got Blowing Money Fast. I mean, you can't talk about Rick Ross without talking about Hustling. I mean, Hustling is like the song that put him on the map. You can't talk about Rick Ross without talking about Hustling. An underrated track for me is probably White House off of the Port of Miami album. I love that track. White House, I love that song. That is such a good record. Gosh. Aston Martin Music, love that one. My favorite though is one that wasn't released as a single. But honestly, I think if he did put it out as a single, it probably would have did some numbers. Off of the Teflon Don album, MC Hammer. I love that track. I love that track so much. I mean, just man, it was him and Gucci. Like, it was him, and it was a feature by Gucci. And people forget about that. Gucci Mane was on that track. But that song, it was hard. I mean, I love the beat to it. I mean, because like the Teflon Don album was like the first one where he really was just like I mean, he was always rapping, but you could tell a difference in his level of rapping on that Teflon Don album. You could like it's like with each album the skill set went up, and then the Teflon Don album just really was just like it was like final Super Saiyan Rick Ross. Like his flow was just like on another level. That whole album for me, the Teflon Don album is probably my second favorite Ross album. I'll say between that and the Port of Miami album, those are probably like my two favorite Ross albums. But yeah, because Teflon Don, that album as a whole, just really spoke to the like that he leveled up in a way I didn't think he was going to be able to level up, but he leveled up. So I got to give him some love for that. But yeah, my favorite track is probably the MC Hammer track with Gucci, because let me tell you, man, I still bump that in my car. I love that track. That is probably my favorite Ross track. But I mean, like I said, I got like a laundry list. I got like a laundry list of Rick Ross tracks that I probably didn't even name. I didn't name Sorry with Chris Brown. I didn't name Apple of My Eye with Raphael Sadiq. Like there's tracks upon tracks upon track. There's Gold Roses with Drake. I mean, there's a Summer Rain with a Summer Walker. Like, bro, Rick Ross is one of my favorites. So I got two. There's too many to name for me.
Stay Scheming.
Yes,
Love that one. Ashton Martin music. I love that one. The Boss with T-Pain. Even though he was featured, I'm So Hood, the DJ Khaled. So him and Nicki Minaj, You the Boss. Love that track. So those are some of my favorite tracks from Rick Ross. Champ?
Although it wasn't his song, Devil in a New Dress was one of the hardest verses I ever heard. And I know he did a lot of hard verses before, but when that Maybach window rolled down in that video, it's, to be honest with you, there's been a lot of songs where a featured artist really took over that song. You saw it in Renegade when Eminem overshadowed Jay-Z, who's arguably one of the greatest of all time. You saw it on No Love when Eminem got overshadowed by Wayne and how great he was. For a minute, I thought that song was Rick Ross's. I thought Devil in the Blue Dress was Rick Ross's song because of how hard that verse was. So I gotta say that I know it was on the mixtape, but Yellow Diamonds was good. Yellow Diamonds was real good. Magnificent, him and John Legend.
Yes.
Yes. Stay Scheming. Interesting thing about that. Me and one of my best homeboys, they used to call us Stay Scheming. So yeah, we used to always do these little things at parties, and we play these little drinking games. We always outdrink everybody. So they started calling us Stay Scheming because they was trying to figure out how we did it. It was like, yeah, we just can outdrink y'all. So don't hate. So yeah, man. Rich Off, So, Miami Life, I'm living the life, plus I'm Rich Off. You know what? Man, it's so many. Like I said, Magnificent. Oh man, look. I'm just gonna be real, man. Rick Ross is one of the most versatile guys, and he had his own identity. He didn't come out like a lot of other guys like Gorilla Black and guys trying to be like Biggie. He found his own lane and he found his own style, and he made it work for him. And that was just something that was very, very special. 600 Benz. 600 Benz was was special. Although he was only on the chords, I get to work on my face. You know what I'm saying? That was pretty cool, man. But he had his lane, and he stuck with it, man. And like I said, people couldn't make the comparisons to Big, but although that's the easy way out if you really want me to be honest, Rick Ross had his own lane. He had his own lane, and he stuck with it. And he was fresh, he was fly, and some of the memes that he had during the some
James
of the
Harden.
yeah, some of the memes that he had, when he was working out, doing everything. I'm eating. That was BRF, bro. Chill out. But yeah, man, he's funny, he's cool, riding on that little lawnmower at Evander Holyfield's old house. That will forever for me be Evander Holyfield's old house. I know Rick Ross owns that house, but that's Evander Holyfield's old house.
The meme where he in the radio station and he doing the running dance.
Yeah, and then not to mention, man, look, moonwalking on the white squares. That was funny. That was crazy. Because he was doing the moonwalk like slow as hell. Like,
boy, that's what I'm saying. Boy, that wasn't a moonwalk. He was sliding. That's all that was. He was not moonwalking. He was sliding. That's what he was doing.
But that was cool, man. Rick Ross, man. Look, I like the. Oh yeah, let's not forget the song that I posted earlier, 16. When 16 ain't enough with him and Andre 3000. Now, Andre had the hardest verse in that song, but it's a classic song. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Not to mention when him and Jeezy squashed the beef. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Devil Is a Lie is another one. So.
Oh, yeah. I love Devil Is a Lie.
Devil Is a Lie. So, that video was kind of creepy, but it was Devil Is a Lie is a classic one, man. PSP, you did it again, man. We calling you the New Jersey Genius for a reason, man. So, hey, man. I got one more.
I got one more song, Raw song, real quick before we close it out. But man, the Suicide Squad movie, Purple Lamborghini.
Yes.
Yes. I love. Oh, I mean, come on, man. The fact that he did a song with Skrillex. And that song was that amazing. Oh, I love Purple Lamborghini.
That whole soundtrack was hard though, bro. That
whole soundtrack was pretty fire though, because you had the Sucker for Pain song, the Imagine Dragons. That whole album was hard. Yeah.
Whatever happened to soundtracks any damn way? Like I remember probably because they became bigger than the movies. I mean, like. I'm just gonna be real. At one point, soundtracks became bigger than the movie. Like the whole Superfly soundtrack, that was bigger than the movie. When you talk about deep cover, people don't remember that was a whole movie. You know,
as good as the Black Panther movie was, the soundtrack almost became bigger than the movie. As good as the movie was.
I think they stopped doing soundtracks because the soundtracks became better than the movie. Like I said, I remember the deep cover movie because Lawrence Fishburne played in it. But I remember that much more so because of Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre. The same thing with Above the Rim. So, I mean, one day you need to do that.
Same thing with Nate Dogg and Warren G. Regulate.
Yeah.
Because that was one of the songs from Above the Rim.
Yeah.
Stay tuned for next week because favorite T.I. track.
Ooh.
Oh, you talking to me now. Y'all better get ready next week. I'm gonna have pages of T.I. song. I'm gonna have pages of T.I. song, boy. He is my favorite hip-hop artist of all time. I'm gonna have pages of his stuff.
So stay tuned for the Sports PSP pod next Friday night. BRF, final words, man.
Yes, sir. Always a pleasure to hop on this and have fun. It's almost like every week I hop on here, like the shows get better and I have even more fun than before. I'm always having a blast with y'all. It's always a pleasure. I really couldn't ask for any more as far as like being on platforms like this where people actually watching and looking at us and like getting notoriety out of this. It's a blessing. And I'm blessed and I'm happy to be a part of this. So yeah, it's amazing. BRF Sports, as always, is the TikTok handle. Y'all can follow me on the TikTok. Y'all can hit up the link tree on the bio on the TikTok, my IG, my X/Twitter, my Facebook page. Like I said, I have a Discord down there, so if you want to hop in the Discord, feel free. But yeah, man, I'm having a blast. I'm just enjoying. Like I said, I'm a part of. I'm just enjoying the ride. I just wanted to keep going and keep rolling. It is a pleasure. I'm loving it. Like I said, I love sharing the stage with y'all because y'all have just like brought me in on this, and it's like I feel like it's family, and I couldn't ask for anything better. So shout out to you two brothers and PFP. You keep growing. You. I know last check you were at like 105,000. I know you way past that. So like, just keep going. Don't let nothing stop you. You gonna be as big as you want to be. So you keep on doing your thing. And champ, same with you. Like I said, I'm just glad to be a part of the Undisputed GOAT podcast with you. I want us to grow and get big as well. So I'm just happy to be a part of this. And I can't leave without the slogan. A topic I thought about is a topic I talked about.
Absolutely. Champ?
Make sure you patent that, my friend. Y'all need to be getting paid. No, I say that respectfully.
I know I do. I need to. I do need to.
Y'all come up with some of the most amazing things, man. Y'all deserve to get paid, and y'all don't deserve for somebody to come in off the street and saying that figuratively. Y'all don't deserve for somebody to come in off the street and for somebody to get paid off of y'all ideas. Y'all deserve to be paid off of every word, and I stand on that. Number one, the 100K man on the road to 1 million. Thank you. I appreciate you for always inviting me on. It's kind of like inviting people on your show. It's kind of like inviting them to your house. And it's always a privilege, a pleasure, and an honor to be on the show. Thank you for all that you've done for myself and BRF. And hey, like I said before, and I'll say it again, it's always a privilege, a pleasure, and an honor being here. And without PSP, you would not see an Undisputed GOAT podcast. PSP put me on my first ever podcast. I didn't even know what to say. I'm just being real because, like I said, I rehearsed my videos. But PSP said he walked me through it and eventually encouraged me to get my own podcast. Now I have 3 other co-owners and 2 other co-hosts, and now we're able to do our thing. So we thank you, all of us. Keep doing your thing, man. Look, you have your lane. Hey, keep going strong in it, and look, let PSPs be example to each and every last one of you who are watching in the streaming services. Guess what, bro? You can be humble and still make moves. I ain't never heard PSP say a bad word about not one person, and I talk to him every single day. I talk to him like he's my brother. He's more than just a friend. He's more than just a guy who put me on. He's like a brother to me. And he comes on here humbly with his ideas every single day. We bounce ideas off each other. So, man, I thank you for that. And shout out to Columbus, Georgia. Had a good night tonight, man. Let it rain. And look, hey, be humble. I know we don't like hearing that. I know just because you're being humble doesn't mean you're necessarily dimming your light. Always remember, sometimes the light that you want to shine brightly invites the enemy in. And that's one word I will leave you with.
Thank you, fellas. Before I wrap up the show, Sabu, the great wrestler from ECW, passed away. Shout outs to him. Thank you for all the great matches that you've given us. Definitely saw CM Punk, saw Taz's tributes to him. Thank you. Thank you for everyone for tuning into the Sports PSP podcast. We're going to continue to put on a great show as we normally do. We're always going to keep entertaining you no matter where we are. New Jersey, New York, GA, Texas, Cali, no matter where we are, we're going to always perform and put on a show for you. Please stay safe. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. If you're going to drink, please drink responsibly. Y'all stay safe. And we is out. Peace. Y'all Oh, the mouse not working. There we go. Peace.